Self out. It's one of those spots, but luckily. This. Here. Each of these.
Oops. Events. This one.
Yeah, it gets affected by certain things happening in the universe, which I don't know what it is, but
Success. Yeah. To see the success. I want to believe success. May 14. There's the little camera. Okay.
Carrie lost his home.
So
Oh my God, it was the biggest fire. My friend just lives on the other side of the road. Nancy Browning, 2 doors down.
yeah, Ruthie McCain took an amazing photo of it. She's not real far away from there. No, I saw a picture of it just fully engulfed, and it was crazy. And it's funny, this is something I'll teach Megan too. It's like, you want to know anything happening in Norwood? Join the Norwood Collective. Because the first thing I wanted to know was, who is it? I went to the Norwood Collective Facebook page, and there we go. Everyone knew.
And then, so I had to take my friend home because she can't drive right now. Took my friend home because her husband was at his house. He was afraid they wouldn't let him back in if they closed off the road. And we're standing over there, and when I drove back, it was about 20 minutes later, there was like 2 or 3 sticks in the air. And the whole thing caved in. And they were wanting them to go inside, but there was no way. And they had their deck stained, and someone left the rags in the garage, and they think that's what happened.
The spontaneous combustion. Wow.
It just made me sick. And I think Nels has cancer too, but I'm not for sure. He doesn't look good. But how those firefighters dealt with keeping that contained is freaking amazing.
Was it so dry? Was it windy that night?
Oh my gosh, yes, it was very windy.
A buddy of mine that lives in Norwood texted me yesterday while we were up in Junction. He goes, winds are about 50 miles per hour. He always calls the spring winds the hanging winds
Oh, yeah.
because it makes you want to go in the barn and just hang yourself.
Yeah.
And he goes, the winds are 50 miles per hour. Get me a rope. It's like, well, man, it's pretty blustery up here in Junction too. In fact, the dust haze
Oh, yeah.
all the way from Telluride to Junction and back was awful.
Wow, I feel so bad for him. And then the couple that lived upstairs, she's in a wheelchair. She's like 82.
At the Carey's place?
Yeah.
Well, everyone was safe, and animals too.
Were they missing a kitty?
Oh
So
no,
they're hoping,
that she ran off.
so they're keeping an eye out for her, but everyone else got
Yeah.
saved.
Oh,
So hopefully she'll come back in a few days.
I bet she's freaked out if she's still living.
The worst thing is when that trailer went, had a fire down the street from us. And it was a trailer, so it was gone. In, I don't know, 10 minutes. He was calling his cab, And, the cat came out from under the trailer and then the horse dropped on him, on the cab.
I thought that was gonna have a happy ending, Carmen.
I know, it wasn't,
That's sad.
broke my heart, and he was just screaming. It was just. But you know what? They made it out. They didn't have any shoes. But they made it out all alive, and that's all that matters. And their dog made it out too. That's my biggest fear. I have little setups of. Little setups of cages. Just in case.
Yeah, I've been plotting my go bags and like so much gear for the cats.
Mhm.
I ordered extra food from Chewy just so I can keep it boxed up and easier to, load up in the car. And put all the pet stuff in one place. And I hate thinking about stuff like that.
It's becoming normal.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
weird about it.
Exactly.
See, are you joined in, Sugar Plum?
Yes. And Mr. Waring is currently co-host, our sole co-host so far.
Yeah, I hate it too, but then. Have a little, we kind of know what we're doing now. That. We would just open up the chickens if we can't get them.
Yeah, let him, yeah.
And then they'll take off and.
God, you've got way more animals than I'd have to worry about. I've only got 2 kitties.
This is what.
I did get good news at the eye doctor yesterday. The drops they gave me for my glaucoma have reduced the pressure already.
That's amazing.
Yeah, yeah. It was like the technician was like, "Whoa." I said, "Yeah, I don't take a lot of in the way of medicine at all, so I think that when I do, it's very effective."
Your body's like.
Yeah, I know what to do this, so I was pretty stoked about that. But they did schedule a second surgery for my other eye. And I'm a little sketched about that because now I have to deal with Medicare and all that stuff. So
And I think it's 100% as long as you don't get a lens adjustment.
well, I have to sign up for Medicare Part B. That was what my quick Google search yesterday was like. Oh, that second surgery is after I've retired. So I have to sign up for B. And we'll see how long it takes to kick that in. I got so much to think about. Plus, my brother's coming next week. So this is funny, after you'll love this, Carmen, too. after cataract surgery, it says, do not pick up anything more than 15 pounds. It's like, I can't pick up one of my cats.
That'd be like Susie.
She's chonky.
We got her on a light diet. She's kind of losing weight, but she's still big a bit. She just loves to eat.
That's exactly how I would characterize my chonky cat. She loves to eat.
Yeah. I mean, and she has a nose. She's always looking around. I had something in my pocket the other day. Had something in my. Right.
Okay,
Oh, whoops. Good morning, San Miguel County. Today is Wednesday, May 14th, 2025. It is 9:30 a.m. and I'm calling to order a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Present in the room are all three commissioners, as well as 5 members of our staff. We will begin by reviewing the agenda. Anybody have any comments, corrections, anything to add? Agenda looks good. Thank you, Carmen. You nailed it.
Just a few things.
Oh, okay.
Did your version have item 7F? Discussion on updating the employee housing impact fee. We had referenced that.
Mine does.
It does good, perfect.
Yeah, I've
And
taken
then,
note of that
um,
already as well.
Maybe I don't have the updated.
Oh, you know what? I might have a,
I printed mine, there's one right behind you.
Well, that's where I grabbed it from, but I must have grabbed somehow of it. Wanted to make sure that we had the recognition of. Okay, John's on there.
John's
Okay,
on there.
okay, looks like
Dennis Strom's on there.
very good. And then we also have for item 7C that Sherry Reader will be presenting as well as Maura on the TSG homes for sale update.
oh, great.
She'll be on Zoom.
Okay,
Great.
great. Do you,
Yes, please.
Mike, do you need an updated copy? Because
I just got it.
You got it.
Got one.
I'm gonna keep the one with the
Thank you.
spirited note from Commissioner Gleason. I mean.
Wearing.
Wearing. You're blending together. Just kidding. Okay, so we do not need to make any adjustments. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. Okay, we will now move on to item 3, which is a moment of silence. And at this time, I would just like to, oops, yeah, we're not quite ready for public comment. Okay, I would just like to call out the big loss that's been suffered recently by Nels and Pat Carey Wright's Mesa residents. They're residents, and I assume some other outbuildings and so forth. They're longtime members of our community, and we are so sorry. So sending some love and healing to the Careys. Thank you. Thank you. We are moving on to public comment for items not on the agenda. As a reminder, the public is asked to please limit comments to 3 minutes. If comments are not related to an item on the agenda, there will be no board response or action taken since the topic was not posted with proper notice, and any comment could potentially violate the Colorado open meeting law. I am looking for hands and I see one from Mountain Village resident and county resident Douglas Tooley. Mr. Tooley, would you like to unmute yourself and share your thoughts for 3 minutes or less?
Yeah, I'd just like to remind you all of your obligation to hold yourselves to the Constitution of the United States, including the requirement of equal justice, applying that to your own actions as an individual and as a body, as individuals and as a body, including the open meetings law, especially the open meetings law. Just by the way, as I'm sure you're all aware, the Mountain Village Town Council has their slate of candidates for the June 24th election, if I recall right. There's an event today, which is a cleanup at Village Court Apartments, which does not really need it. We have a maintenance staff, so I'm not sure what's going on with that, and probably PR or something. It's not a major thing, but bears a quick mention. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will move to item 6, which is the consent agenda. Any questions, comments, or do we have a motion for approval?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second?
Thank you. I just want to thank the clerk for the detail provided in this consent agenda. It really helps us, or me anyway, understand exactly what we're looking at. And of course, the attachments are provided as well. Any further discussion? How do you vote?
Aye.
As well.
As well, the motion carries. Moving on now to a hefty section 7, beginning with item 7A, consideration of the chair's signature on proclamation 2025-03, proclaiming May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month throughout San Miguel County. And I believe we have Lauren Kenobi from
Don.
Dawn Katz.
Yes.
Another favorite person. Hi, Dawn. Carmen, could Dawn unmute and also perhaps,
She is.
there she is.
Yep.
Show us her nice face. Nice to see you. Thank you, Dawn, for presenting this to us today and to Tri-County for always making sure we are aware of this important month. And I just wonder if you have any comments.
No, I don't have any comments. I would just like to thank you all for your recognition around Mental Health Awareness Month and the importance it has in our community and helping us shine a light on mental health and reducing that stigma around supporting. So thank you from Tri-County and from communities that care.
All right, thank you so much. Don, before we read the resolution, did you, we attached to our agenda was also the flyer about We Are the Ones. Would you like to speak to that, or is that just FYI?
I think that's more of an FYI, but yes, we are creating a movement around We Are the Ones. And for this specific Mental Health Awareness Month, we are the ones to shine a light on mental health and support that initiative. And we invite you to be the ones with us to address the mental health concerns in our community. So We Are the Ones can kind of incorporate everything. We've put it in the school district, and the kids came up with We Are the Ones that provide a safer space in our school. And so We Are the Ones can kind of be adopted for anything that we're trying to do within our community to provide support.
Thank you. I had mentioned this to the commissioners a week or two ago, and I just think it's super powerful as a reminder that we do have control and we can make a difference. And I would appreciate if you would send me the logo so that, we can figure out how we might apply it here and so forth. Thank you. All right,
you.
time for anything else from the other commissioners.
I just wanted to chime in and say I think it's incredible that this messaging is coming from youth in our community, and it just makes the message that much stronger for me.
Yeah. It's great. All right. Would anyone care to read the proclamation, or it's a commissioner job, or could Dawn do it? How does that work? I'm looking at you, Mike.
Typically, the commissioners would read it, but we've also had it where the proponent organization has also read it. for us.
Okay.
So
Dawn,
either way.
Dawn, what's your fancy?
I was not actually sent the proclamation, so I would appreciate hearing it from you.
Okay.
I could dig it up.
That's fine. Lance is raising his hand. Go for it, Lance.
Thank you.
Proclamation. It is number 2025-03, and it designates May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month throughout San Miguel County. Whereas mental health is essential to the well-being of our community, and whereas Colorado ranks 50th in prevalence of mental illness, indicating Coloradans experience more mental health challenges and substance use challenges than every state except one. And whereas, according to a Colorado Health Foundation poll in 2024, 3 in 5 Coloradans, 59%, reported experiencing a mental health challenge in the past year. And whereas stigma persists in being a barrier to accessing care, with nearly 50% of Coloradans who needed mental health support reporting they did not seek out care due to stigma. And whereas the most recent data on suicide death in our combined region of Delta, Montrose, Ouray, San Miguel, Gunnison, and Hinsdale counties indicates 33 community members died by suicide in 2023. And whereas organizations such as Tri-County Health Network and San Miguel County are dedicated to shining a light on mental health and bringing hope to those experiencing a mental health challenge through research, education, advocacy, and resources, and urge that we, 1, recognize mental health challenges affect all members of our community. 2, normalize conversations about mental health, suicide, and substance use in open and understanding ways to erase stigma and remind community members they are not alone in anything they may be experiencing. 3, acknowledge that there is no one-size-fits-all program or effort that will be appropriate for all populations or communities, and address the disparity in access to mental health care for underserved and underrepresented groups while advocating to end these disparities. And 4, support the efforts of social movements like We Are the Ones that build upon the innate ability of every individual to take meaningful action to strengthen our communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the San Miguel County Board of County Commissioners proclaim May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month throughout San Miguel County.
All right, and that is done and approved. Oh, no, we need a vote. Do we have a motion to adopt proclamation 2025-03?
So moved.
Second,
How do you vote?
Aye.
I as well.
Aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Dawn.
Thank you all so much.
Really appreciate it and nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Okay, we are now moving on to item 7B, which is update from the Trace Rios field office, specifically Derek Padilla, who is the field manager. Hello, Derek. I imagine there you are.
Good morning. Yeah, sorry, it was a little slow in activating there for some reason.
That's all right. Nice to see you.
Good to see you all as well. So not a whole lot. We continue to work with the Department of Energy under the Defense-Related Uranium Mine program to address, safety hazards out there on the landscape related to that mining activity that happened back in, the 40s and 50s. We also continue to work with other operators in the area with just our abandoned mine lands program as well, and internally for those areas that we can't find a responsible party. So we've been pretty active in that over the course of the last few years. Excuse me. Is there any questions related to that?
No, important work, and we appreciate you sticking with that.
All right. And then over the winter, we were able to burn well over 1,000 piles out in the Dawson Draw area over several hundred acres. We're done with that for this year, and could potentially do some more burning next winter related to that project out there. We're also looking at evaluating some broadcast burn opportunities there in that area that will analyze under what's called the decision of NEPA adequacy. So NEPA has already been conducted out there. So this is just a follow-up NEPA process to ensure that what we plan on doing out there is still in compliance with the analysis that has already been conducted. So we'll be doing that over the course of this summer so that we can have some broadcast units to burn in the fall of next year and possibly even the spring.
So that sounds like you're burning slash piles. You're not doing prescribed burns. Is that correct?
No, this would be actually doing prescribed burning. So broadcast is landscape type burning, and then piles is piles.
I see. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And then lastly, we continue to work with American Helium, who are the entity that purchased the Paradox Resources assets. They are working, pretty diligently into coming into compliance. They are still not actually producing out there, but they are addressing a lot of the environmental issues that have been identified over the years. And they're making good progress on that with the intent of eventually getting to the point of producing again out on the landscape.
That sounds like more good news. Commissioner Waring.
Good morning, Derek. Quick question regarding American Helium. What are some of the issues that they've been focused on?
So they had a lot of infrastructure issues out there, tanks that were in pretty bad disrepair that they have since pulled and are replacing. They're also doing an assessment of the entire field out there to identify which wells should be plugged, which are still viable for production. And then also addressing, their pipelines and checking in on the integrity of them, so that once they do get to the point of production, that they know, that they'll be capable of handling, product moving through those pipelines and not having any major issues.
Thanks. That's helpful.
Mm-hmm. And that's all the updates I have for you all this morning.
Commissioner Gleason, any comments or questions?
No, but I noticed that Star Jameson has her hand up, and I'd be interested to hear what Star has to bring up.
Thank you. Hi, Star. Star is our Natural Resources and Climate Resiliency Director. What have you got to say?
I just wanted to ask Mr. Padilla if there are any NEPA actions, travel management, if there's any mining, any NEPA that's coming up that you know of?
Not at this point in time. We have actually have heard, that we could potentially receive 3 POOs. Acronym just went out of my hand. Plans of operations for review. We have not actually received anything as of yet. So we're just waiting on that, and then we would notify the county of any potential, operations related to mining. With regards to travel management, we're on pause with that right now. Just we're not, real sure on what our capacity is going to be able to see that through to the end. We don't want to start a process if we can't finish it, like has happened in the past. So we're just waiting until a lot of the restructuring of the federal workforce is complete before we make a decision on how we're going to proceed with that.
Did you say 4 potential plans of operation?
3.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Lance.
Derek, Lance again. First of all, that's the acronym of the day. Thank you. Second of all, you brought up something that's been on my mind for quite a while, and here we are with a chance for you to tell me straight from the horse's mouth. How have the changes in federal policy affected your office? And I know you can't foresee the future, but at least you can give us a status report as of today.
Sure. As of today, we've been pretty fortunate and haven't had a significant impact to our workforce. We have had 2 people take advantage of the deferred resignation program. 1 person in our oil and gas program who is near retirement anyways, so they would have been going here soon regardless. And then we had someone out at Canyon of the Ancients that took advantage of the deferred resignation program as well. So right now, that's the only impact. We have, with unleashing American energy, priority, from the administration, we haven't been directly impacted yet. Most of our oil and gas activity is down on the Southern Ute tribe, who have been very active, and but they don't intend to do anything different than what they've already been doing. We did receive, notice from Kinder Morgan, Bayless, some other oil and gas operations that, at least at this point in time, they don't have any plans of increasing, their pace and scale of operations on the terrestrials field office. And then American Helium is the other big one, and kind of explain where they're at and what they're doing. So not too big of an impact, fortunately.
And you mentioned that you lost 2 people to the deferred retirement resignation program. 2 out of how many on your whole staff, Derek? What's the relative?
So we have about 35 people. So we lost 2 out of 35.
And those are jobs you won't refill, obviously.
The one we want to, the petroleum engineering tech that took, he was the one that was close to retirement anyway, so they allowed him to go ahead and take advantage of the deferred resignation program. Otherwise, most of our oil and gas positions are not eligible for the deferred resignation program. So that is one that we would like to fill in the event that we're allowed to move forward with filling positions. We're currently under a hiring freeze until at least July. And then the other one was a curation tech position at our Canyons of the Ancients National Monument that most likely would not be filled again.
Galina.
Thanks for that. Thank you for that update. I was hoping that you could speak quickly to the payment fee structure for BLM sites in San Miguel County. I got an update from Dan Ben Horan at a recent recreational roundtable meeting. And as I understand it, that's going to get pushed back till at least 2026 because of the need for amenities at those sites. But could you just update the group on that, Derek?
That's on the Uncompahgre field office, so I'm not very familiar with it.
Okay.
On the terrestrials field office, we don't have any fee sites in San Miguel County. We do in Dolores County over at Bradfield Bridge, but at least at this point in time, we don't have any intentions of modifying the fee structure there.
Okay, thank you. I can update the group from what Dan relayed for the Uncompahgre office. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Star. You're muted.
I was going to speak to that. That was just a plan. That was the Uncompahgre business plan for recreation sites and river sites. So, Derek, we missed you at the recreation roundtable doing updates, and that was what we were speaking to. Thank you.
All right, it looks like we have a member of the public with a comment, Mr. Tooley, or a question perhaps. Please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Doug Tooley. Good to see you again, Mr. Padilla. I received notice yesterday of a May 12th press release from the Department of Interior on an expedited NEPA process they're calling it the Velvet Wood Mine, but I believe it's actually 2 separate mines, the Velvet Mine and the Wood Mine, in the Lisbon Valley area, which is just across the Colorado border and north of San Juan County, north of San Miguel County. And I believe, I'm not sure about this, that there's corporate overlap between at least one of the currently proposed mine projects in San Miguel County. That is a 14-day NEPA review period, and it is the first of this new policy. This is one of those projects. I received it via Sierra Club list. So they are aware of it, and presumably others are as well. I don't know if Mr. Padilla has heard anything of that or not. Thank you.
So not the Velvet Wood Mine specifically, as you stated, that's over on the Utah side. So that would be most likely either be Monticello or the Moab field office. Yeah, they have not engaged with us on that. But Mr. Tooley does bring up a good point in that they have, requested that we, or they provided us direction on energy related type projects to, shorten the comment period to 14 days and have reviews done in 28 days. We on our field office have not, had any of those projects. So we have not, had to deal with that yet. But that is something to be aware of. So thanks for bringing that up, Mr. Tooley.
And Derek, 14 days as compared to what, and 28 days as compared to what, just for context?
So 14 days compared to 30-day comment periods, and then from start to finish, like I said, 28-day decision framework there compared to anywhere from 6 months to a year for these types of projects. So it's pretty condensed.
I should say so. Star.
So this would be for one of these plans of operation. Is that
If the entity, the proponent requests the expedited processing, it has to come from and it has to be on what is called the Fast 41 list. So it's a Fast 41 project, and the proponent needs to request that their project be analyzed under that. Can't remember now. I should have looked into this before, but I didn't think about talking about it. It's either an executive order or a secretarial order that expedites the processing there.
and has there been any updates with the mill in Utah for milling for uranium?
The only thing that we've been told is that they are starting to process material there, but that they have enough of their own material that they haven't requested other mines to provide product for processing. So that's the reason, we haven't seen anything come off the Sunday Mine complex here locally. But that's the extent of my knowledge of what's going on over there.
Okay, thank you.
Righty. Derek, I just want to thank you on behalf of San Miguel County for continuing to do this important work under different and maybe difficult circumstances. We really appreciate your dedication to the Tres Rios field office and to the public lands of this country. Thank you, and keep up the good work. Let us know how we can help.
Okay, will do.
All right, take care.
You as well.
So we are ahead of schedule by about 7.
Reader is on the phone. She is having technical difficulties, so she'll be on the phone.
As there are members of the public who might be interested in that item, I'm wondering if we should wait till 10:15. I think that's okay with Sherry. I think that might be a good move.
Perhaps we could discuss item 7G about the letter to Representative Hurd.
That's what I was going to suggest.
Great minds.
Okay, so Medicaid, as you guys have all heard, is up for discussion at the federal level. We were fortunate that our representative CD3 Jeff Hurd spoke up along with 11 other Republican congressmen or congresspeople and let the leadership know that they would not support any kind of a budget going forward that cut Medicaid benefits for vulnerable populations. So that is a win, at least from Senator Hurd. That doesn't mean that Medicaid won't be cut. And in fact, they're now kind of getting into the nitty-gritty of that conversation. Let me just remind myself, well, CCAT, the Colorado Counties Acting Together, our Association of More Progressive Colorado Counties, forwarded a request to CCAT members from CCHI, which I'm guessing is the I'm not entirely sure what they are. Does anybody know what CCHI is? Human, it has likely something to do with human services. Requesting that the counties speak to or make comments to two representatives in particular who they feel might have influence on two topics in particular. And those two representatives are ours, Mr. Hurd, as well as Representative Evans. The two topics that CCHI feels are most important are to address are work requirements, and then also so that they would sort of increase work requirements beyond what are already required for certain people receiving Medicaid. And then another one is that they propose requiring Medicaid redeterminations at least twice a year. So as we all know, health insurance policies tend to renew annually, and that is the way Medicaid has traditionally worked. A big issue here is just, setting up a hurdle, if you will, to people who are applying, because now it takes 2 rounds of applications, and also increased administrative costs for the state and local counties, because as you know, our Health and Human Services Department works on that. So I received some information from an advocacy group through CCAT called Impact, as well as a letter that Boulder County had sent to a number of people, including Jeff Hurd. And so I then drafted a letter for us. And I know normally we take a few days to review this. The issue here is that this is under discussion like right now in Washington. And so we do have a little time. It's kind of not fun making the sausage in public, but do you all want to take a look at that letter? And I'm happy to share my screen and pull that up. Does that sound right? I'm seeing.
That would be great.
Okay.
If your fellow commissioners are agreeable.
Are you guys all right with that?
Sure.
And
Just-
sorry to put you
Just
on.
as a footnote.
Yeah.
CCHI is the Colorado Consumer Health Initiative. It's a nonprofit health advocacy organization that serves Coloradans around healthcare and access and financial security.
Thank you for checking on that. And I'm sorry I didn't do that myself, but I will say that we do rely on CCAT to vet these kinds of requests. And if it came to us through them, I feel good about honoring that. And in the Signal chat that I'm on with all the other CCAT representatives, there was a lot of enthusiasm for this. And in fact, I offered to share our letter with other counties in case it would be helpful to them. So if you all feel comfortable with that, once we get through this, well, we could do that. Let me share my screen. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. So I made a couple of notes where I need help, including on a better logo, but that's not essential. I'm just gonna sit quietly while folks read and let me know if you have thoughts as we go through it. As you go through it.
And I don't see any changes to suggest in this letter, but I'm happy to dig into the places that you mentioned you might want some more eyes.
It's really just formatting stuff. Yeah, it's not anything content wise. I just have to fix the footnotes and fix our signatures, fix the logo if we can get one that's a little less fuzzy. Content wise, I'm okay with where it sits.
Great.
Take your time going now.
Yeah, I read it quickly this morning, before our meeting, and then printed it out and reviewed it a bit. When I saw this on the agenda, I did reach out to UMC and Chuck Porth just to get some feedback from their perspective. But that email came in this morning early. Haven't really had
Yes.
the time to process because he sent me like a pretty lengthy list of bullet points.
Oh, that's helpful. Okay.
And so, I mean, I would like to take the time to suggest incorporating anything of substance that isn't included in the letter.
I would like to do that as well.
And it, you know, just perusing his email this morning, it does overlap, but there's some additional points that I think could be worthwhile. So,
Okay, that's
just,
great.
I can prioritize getting to this after our meeting today and just
That's
making
fine.
additions.
That's great. And I'm sorry for the rush, but
No,
this is
it's timely.
happening right now. And I would really appreciate knowing, hearing Chuck's thoughts because as we know, they rely so heavily and there are patients on Medicaid.
Yeah, it's a big concern. And these reductions would certainly affect the clinic. So,
That's right.
I'll make those suggestions.
Great.
And thank you for doing this.
Yeah. So maybe what we should do is let Commissioner Gleason make those suggestions and Commissioner Waring, if you want to take a look at them. And then I will incorporate those and then we could send it off, but ratify it at our next meeting. Does that make sense? Okay. You good with that? Staff, does that make sense? Okay. We're getting our letter writing process down. Thank you for that. Okay. I guess we could take a public comment on that since we have time. Mr. Tooley, do you have something you'd like to share on this topic?
I just highlight, you're looking at political strategizing here, and just to understand how San Miguel County relates to the rest of the 3rd Congressional District. The county as a whole is roughly 1% of the entire population of the 3rd Congressional District. So population-wise, it is very small. I assume money-wise, it does punch above that weight class. No, that's it. Thank you.
Can I?
Yes, Lena.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley. And I think in this particular instance, this letter is really crafted to speak on behalf of San Miguel County and those that are covered under Medicaid within our county. And, you know, I am on the board of UMC, so I will speak from that seat that approximately 20% of the clientele, the patients that are served by UMC are on Medicaid. And so it is a real concern to our local federally qualified healthcare clinic.
Thank you. Yes, and we are definitely speaking to the need for sustained Medicaid funding for San Miguel County, as well as for all of CD3 and all of Colorado, and frankly, the nation. So thank you. I see that we have our clerk and recorder here. You're not on till 10:25, but we're waiting for 10:15. That might take too long, I guess. What else could we address? Mike, how do you feel about addressing 8A? The DA's
Okay.
office.
I'd
Does
be
that sound
happy
good?
to. Yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
so let's just read that. Item 8A is consideration of approving 2 part-time staff members as deputy district attorneys and a request for additional funds for the 2025 fiscal year in the amount of $21,250.
Thanks, Commissioner. So we received this letter from our district attorney, Anna Cooling, this week. And it denotes a situation where they're requesting to restructure how our DA's office is served in San Miguel County. Currently, as we know, we have Matt Bama is our assistant district attorney, and he is the only full-time DA associated to that caseload. There's currently 300 active cases and 500 pending cases, so an extremely heavy caseload. Matt has requested to go part-time so that he can do some private practice work to augment his financial position. because as we all know, the DA's role does, especially the assistant district attorney positions, do not pay very highly. So I'm
Particularly
sympathetic to that.
for qualified and experienced attorney.
Exactly. And they
Right.
referenced that we've had 5 DAs in the last 5 years. Obviously, we know Matt's been a long time member of our community. He's even served on our planning commission, and I think we all think highly of him and want to make sure that we keep him in that role. They're proposing that instead of the 1 FTE, that they go to 2 part-time DAs. Matt would be one, and then another gentleman with a similar level of experience would fulfill the other part of that caseload. And for that, they propose the full year salary. Currently our ADA makes 97,000, and I hate to share this, but it is all public record, and just I don't want Matt or anybody else to think I'm trying to call them out specifically. The 2 assistant positions are proposed to be at 75,000 each for the year. So that kind of begs the question, because it is about 78% of what a full-time salary is. Will these be actually half-time, or are these more like 3/4 time each, which is what I would hope?
Well, I'm
And-
wondering about that too,
Yeah.
but I see that they will not receive any benefits or payroll taxes, which is, as we know, about 30% of, addition to the salary. And I'm guessing that's why they moved it up to 75.
That makes sense, because that 97 does not include the associated benefit cost of an additional 27,000. So the delta between that 150,000 and the 97 and 27 is $16,250. They also requested an additional 5,000 for training purposes, bringing the grand total up to 21,250. The one thing that District Attorney Cooling references is that this is for the remainder of the 2025 year, knowing that we are this change will likely take place, if authorized, around the end of this month. I want to just square up on those finances to make sure, such as when the new part-time person will start. And so I would ask for an authorization of up to $21,250, with the hope that that sum might be a little bit less. But I think it's also good for us to know that in future years, we're likely to see that same level of funding requested for the DA salary portion. We also pay overhead and additional costs associated to the district attorney's office. But the salary is really the largest piece of that. So do you have any questions or concerns, thoughts at this time?
Anybody?
I mean, I support this on the, pretense that Mr. Bema is a really good attorney. He's doing good work, and this is a better alternative than losing him from the office. And as we have seen over the last 5 years, the kind of burnout factor is real. So this could be a good potential solution to retain good district attorneys for a longer period of time, hopefully.
I agree, and I think there's a cost every time we lose somebody and have to get somebody else up to speed, and especially for folks that don't reside in our community, and understanding the dynamics, the politics, the challenges, the numerous idiosyncrasies that are being in San Miguel County. So.
I think there could be another advantage in potential succession planning, just to have 2 folks on the team. And I'm curious about what you just said, Mike, the way that I think I understood you saying is that it's up to 21,250,
Right.
depending on when the new
Person starts.
started, Mr. Van Winkle.
Yes, if it's simultaneously, then I think we can expect to spend the full amount. If there is any lag in either Matt or Mr. Van Winkle their start dates, then I would anticipate some small level of savings.
Okay.
Do we have any sense of where Mr. Van Winkle resides?
I do not, and I can ask that,
Out
but
of curiosity.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little curious about that as well as your question about the FTE, hours they'll work per week. I mean, I'm assuming it's 20, but it'd be curious to know if it's 25 or something like that, just so we know exactly what we're getting for our money. But I think this is a really creative solution to this problem that we've been having, this ongoing problem. And also a way to keep a really solid member of our community and a terrific attorney in this position. So I'm in support. Do we need a motion?
Yes, we would.
Spend the money.
And this would come from our general fund reserves.
Okay, I'm sorry, but we are not going to take public comment on this particular item, which is at the chair's discretion, as we are now ready to move on to the item at 10:15. So I will, I'm ready to entertain a motion.
Move to approve 2 part-time staff members as deputy district attorneys and request for additional funds for the 2025 fiscal year in the amount of up to $21,250.
I second.
Any further discussion? If not, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, we have filled some time with our efficient work and are now ready to hear from a staff update on the Tyrrell Ski and Golf sale of for sale single-family homes in Ilium Valley. Hey, Simonson, Planning Director, is on the agenda.
Sherry is on to give that update.
Oh, Maura, sorry, it was Maura. I don't see Sherry. Is that the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Sherry, we are looking forward to your update. Can you unmute yourself and give us a report? Please.
Good morning.
Hi, Sherry.
Hi. Challenging morning technology-wise at my house. I thought I was being proactive and not going to work because we had planned network outages, and then it happened at my house too. So anyway, I want to first thank you all for giving me the extra week. I do appreciate it. I will say it was not needed. I needed 1 day, but not the whole week. So we do have all 6 homes that are required to be sold under contract. All 6 are with Telski employees. And at a very favorable purchase rate and interest rate, as Telski is financing the purchases. I have 3 people that have reached out asking if they can close earlier than 90 days, and we're working on that. I'm being held up right now with title company staff being out of office and the housing authority staff being out of office to facilitate those closings, but we'll get them done. I do want to say it's been challenging trying to sell these homes to our employees. I'm sure we could have reached outside of the ski area and somebody could have qualified, but just as your previous discussion was related to pay, we also have the same situation with the ski area.
And what is that?
Meaning that we can up our pay, but there's a consequence of that. Somebody else has to pay for it, which is actually the public with our ski tickets. Is that what you were asking me?
I just wanted you to clarify. Thank you.
You know, we're within the ski industry pay rates and pay pretty darn well compared to other businesses. So I don't know how we can, you know, up that without it costing the public. And that's not really what we want to do.
Sherry, I'm not sure that we can help you with business decisions,
Yeah.
but I can thank you for the update on the 6 homes that are sold. That's great news. I'm wondering if there's any other information regarding the Ilium Telski properties that you have to share with us today.
The remaining vacant lots are under contract with the school district. There is a long contingency period because they need stuff or agreements with the county. So we've given them the time to work with you guys to work through those. I'm trying. That's the best I can say is I'm trying.
Sherry, what is the term of that contract? Just out of curiosity, what's the time frame you all are looking at?
We gave them 6 months to work through county processes.
Okay.
So June, July. About October, November.
Sometime this fall. Okay. Thank you for
Yeah.
that update.
Yeah.
That's encouraging. Regarding the 6 homes in Ilium Valley, you said, can you give us a sense of what those planned closing dates are?
Well, if my network wasn't down, I could give you exact closing dates. But right now we're looking from May 30th to July 10th, I believe.
Okay, so there's a range.
Yeah. Some of the buyers have reached out and said, hey, we need housing now. Can we close early? A couple of them are in town of Telluride or maybe even San Miguel County, but VCA. And my understanding is those people have agreed to allow them to get out earlier. So they would like to close earlier and move in, which opens up other housing for more employees.
Exactly. That's how
It's a
this is
benefit.
supposed to work. This is great. And what is your plan should any of the properties fall out of contract?
I have 2 backups available, so we could immediately flip to the next one.
Okay.
If that doesn't work, I'm gonna have to go to the public.
I wonder if
I can say, I was gonna say the people that have reached out or contacts that have reached out have been businesses, which I've just frankly had to be honest with them and say, no, it's gotta be a owner. I'm sorry, you can't buy it.
That's right. Thank you for helping us get that word out. I'm wondering if we might set up some kind of a notification between TSG and the county if properties do fall out of contract, and then we could agree today on how long you would have to get them back under contract or into contract or whatever, and that before you had to post them on the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority site. Because, I mean, we certainly hope that all of these properties close, and it sounds like the terms that TSG is offering are quite favorable. So I'm absolutely optimistic, but should something fall out of contract, we don't want to just hear about it on the street and find out that the house has continued to sit vacant for a period of time. Do you have any kind of suggestion that would work on your end for that?
Well, I'd just soon work with Pamela at the Housing Authority. I'm sure she has a wait list of people that are interested.
Sherry, how about?
I don't know.
How about if you give us your best guess on how long it would take you if a current property fell out of contract, for you to take the next name on your wait list, is that a 2-week process? Is that a 1-month process? Is that a 2-day process?
Well, I'm not cutting myself short on time this this round. I would say a 2-week process.
Okay, so let's say that it takes 2 weeks for you to figure out if your wait list is viable, and then there's realistically 90 days to close. It's sort of an outside window. In my limited understanding, does that resonate with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, then let's just do some calendar work with 2 weeks plus 90 days, which would be 104 days, give or take. And then add in the holidays if we need to, and make sure we don't hit on spring break. But I think what Ann's asking is just for some certainty that if things go south, that we're both clear about how to get them back on track. And that after that time period that we'll agree on here, you'd go immediately to Pam at the Housing Authority and get those out to the public.
And I think that would be after the 2 weeks. So property falls out of contract, you have 2 weeks to get one of your backup people lined up. And then if you can't find someone within the organization within 2 weeks, then you will list it with San Miguel Regional Housing Authority as we had agreed this time. So I think that's great. Does that feel comfortable to you, Sherry?
Kind of. I guess I'm just really optimistic that all 6 of these are going to close immediately.
Great.
We are too.
Yeah, great. We're just so we have a backup plan that we all agree on. So, but is the 2 weeks, are you all right with that part of it? I think that's fair.
Yeah, I'll take
Okay.
the 2 weeks.
Great, okay. So then my only question now for staff is what kind of a update would we request from Sherry going forward? Do we want her to let us know anytime there's a change, like a property closes or falls out of contract, or do we just want her to touch base every couple of weeks, or what would be? And I'm looking at Maura because you actually, not Kay, were the person on this agenda item.
I mean, I think an update anytime there's a change in the status, so when closings are complete or something falls out of contract would be helpful to know, so we can tick those off. Particularly with respect to the outstanding notice of violation.
That I could feel like.
I'm going to interrupt there. I'm going to request that the Housing Authority keep you updated. They're aware.
How so? Are you working through the Housing Authority on these 6 contracts?
Well, they all have to be qualified by the Housing Authority. So yes, I am.
And would they
Pam
know?
has all the details.
Would they know if a
They'll
property?
know if.
Yep.
Yeah.
They would know if a property fell out of contract.
Yeah.
I'm looking, do you think that makes sense, Lance and Mike? Could we ask Pam to keep us up to date, or do you think it's more appropriate to come right from Sherry? Recognizing,
I think it would be better from Sherry just because Pam is out of country this week, and then she's going to be short-staffed in heading into when she returns and
Okay.
heading into compliance stuff. I just don't want it. This is going to take a lesser priority to the lotteries and other things she's having
that's
to
going
do.
on. And I think the agreement, am I correct? The exception agreement is between TSG and the county, not
That's
San Miguel Regional Housing Authority. So
That's
they are not really involved in are trying to bring you back into compliance. So I know, Sherry, it's another thing on your list, but I think what you're hearing is a request from the county that you update Maura Fahey if there's a change in status on any of the 6 properties.
Okay. Can I have till update in July instead of instantly?
I don't think so.
I mean-
No, I
Well,
mean, yeah.
Can we go back to that 2-week time period that we just laid out?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, but I can't attend a county meeting every
Oh, no,
2
no.
weeks.
No, of course.
That's what I'm.
Of course not. No, we're just asking that you shoot an email to our attorney, Maura Fahey, whenever there's a change in status for one of the 6 properties. There's no meeting required.
Okay.
Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Any other thoughts from anybody else about what we might need to do to keep this going?
No, I have high hopes that these 6 contracts will end in home ownership and that there's no need for follow-ups, but I think that we have some good backup plans here in case, and just moving forward.
Great. Yeah. So hopefully we'll only be getting 6 emails as these 6 properties close. And then we will all be excited, especially the homeowners. And probably you too, Sharon.
You'll all be getting, I'll be glad when this is done, yes. But y'all be getting, 6 checks because of the transfer fees. So you'll know when it hits your budget.
Doesn't that go to the Regional Housing Authority? That comes right to us.
Part of it goes to SMART and part of it goes to Housing Authority.
Okay, good. We will make good use of those funds. Thank you, Sherry. Maura.
Well, let's talk about those good use of funds, if I can for a minute. The Four Seasons project is putting a huge impact on housing. Not only are they buying up housing and commercial properties, they're buying up rentals, and that's going to put a major impact on our employee housing. I don't know that you guys can do anything, but I do want to mention it.
Well, we are doing what we can. I don't know if you heard the news that we made a contribution, and someone correct me if it wasn't out of that fund, to support a down payment assistance program that the Tarrade Foundation is running. We also have 3 employee housing projects in the works of our own. So while the economies of our county and the job generation is really happening within the towns, which makes sense, we are doing what we can address the need for employee housing as well. We feel it ourselves for our own employees, having to commute long distances and pay high prices. So I guess that's what I meant by we will make good use of those funds.
Yeah, no, I believe you will. I'm just saying that Four Seasons is going to immediately impact this for 4 or 5 years. And then we'll see where we're at.
Well, hopefully the hotel stays open longer than that and it impacts us forever.
Oh, it's just going to take 4 to 5 years just to build it.
Build it, yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying is we have that impact 4 to 5 years, and then all of a sudden we have a bunch of empty housing because they're gone.
Well, that's when probably the employees will fill in that spot. Kay Simonson had a comment.
Just a point of clarification, the funds that the county receives upon sale of property, so there's a couple of fees in there. One is, goes to the housing authority, and then what we receive here at the county, we pass through to SMART for the real estate transfer assessment, and that is used solely for transportation. It doesn't go to building and housing. So just want to clarify that point.
So the county itself actually receives none of those fees.
No, it doesn't go directly into any of our funds. We pass it through to SMART because that's our contribution to them to operate our very important transportation system.
Okay. All right.
So the seller pays 1% to the housing authority.
Correct.
The buyer pays a fee to IPOA, Ilium Park.
Yes.
And part of that goes to Ilium Park, which is dedicated to their water system. which is huge right now. And then there's another split. Part of that goes to the Housing Authority and part of that goes to SMART.
Okay, well, that's all been clarified then. Thank you. So Sherry, I don't know more. Do you think we need just a quick email from Sherry or from you just confirming the agreement we just reached here?
Sure, I can send a follow-up to Sherry after the meeting, just confirming what we discussed today.
That would be great. Okay. All right, Sherry. Well,
Thank you, Mara.
yeah, go sell those homes. We're excited. And we really appreciate your meeting with us. But again, assuming everything goes as planned, there won't be a need for any additional meetings.
Not that I don't want to talk to you guys, but I'd appreciate that.
Okay. All right. Take care, Sherry.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. And I'm sorry we didn't have time for public comment on that item, but we will move on now to item 7D, update with the clerk and recorder's office. And then we have followed that with a resolution regarding fees. In the House, we have Michael Wazinski, clerk and recorder for San Miguel County. Nice to see you.
Yeah, back at you. Thanks for having me. Good morning. How's everyone?
Great. How are you doing?
Okay, are we okay on time? Should I talk?
Yeah, we are really good on time.
Oh.
Yeah, we already knocked out one of the agenda items
Yep.
earlier that is in back of you, so we're doing good.
Oh, actually, yeah, we're relatively good on time. I forgot about item
Kate's
7.
got a presentation.
Yeah.
I
So
missed the beginning of the meeting, so I don't know. Did you guys talk about the sunrise this morning? Did you
no,
have a chance to see it?
we did
No.
not.
What
I-
happened? Did it come up?
I did, but coming from, Wrights Mesa folks, we're
Yeah.
Was it special?
have a real advantage
Really nice.
with the sunrises.
Perhaps
was
from
pretty.
the dust in the air from Arizona that
Could
was
have been.
blowing up last night.
The light on Wilson was just
Yeah.
top notch.
Yeah. Oh,
Michael, how long have you been clerk now?
I lost track. I think it's just been over a year.
A little over a year.
Yeah,
All right.
January 2024.
Seem like you're settled in.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's been some bumps, some hiccups for sure, but I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, so I applied for a grant to upgrade and change our recording software, right? And then I was notified during the process that the grant was due to expire. So they couldn't award me the complete grant that I applied for. So if I do get awarded, and I'll find out on Friday if I get this grant, it will only be for the implementation of the new software, some miscellaneous fees and 1 year of a subscription. So I'll lose out on about 4 or 5 years of subscription, which is a substantial amount of money, right? Close to $80,000. Now, I can reapply for this grant, and I will at the end of the year. So ideally, there won't be any lapse in coverage, but I will have to apply. I just want you to be aware of that I will not be awarded the full amount of the grant.
Okay, so there's a little risk there. in
There is a
bringing
little
on the
risk.
New software.
Yeah,
Okay. But we will help you with that however we can with that reapplication and hope that you receive that.
yeah, I certainly do too. I think that, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, what would that look like if you're not awarded a future grant and that software is installed and then we're looking at needing to cover those costs?
Yeah, so right now, our annual subscription rate for the software that we have is about just over $15,000. This would be about $30,000.
And do you want to share with us the advantages of the software, just real briefly?
Yeah, so
New
for
software?
the community, it's pretty good. It allows people to record documents remotely. Right now, if you live in Egner and you want to record a document, you have to go through one of our third-party vendors, and they require an initial, like an escrow, like a deposit account for you to do that, and it can be pretty substantial, $1,500 to record one document, and then you've got that money in the bank for future recordings, but it's a cumbersome process. This will allow people just to pay a nominal fee and record it electronically without going through one of those third-party vendors. The usability of it is more advanced. It's user-friendly. The website application is pretty good for people to search for their documents at home. The one we have now is fine, but it's a little cumbersome and we get a lot of requests. People asking for help. Where do I go? How do I look it up? What am I looking at? How do I buy it? Stuff like that. And right now we're unable to take credit cards for recording because of our current software limitations. So this will allow us to do credit card payments for those recording. Marriage licenses. There's a translation feature for the application, which is going to be huge. People can fill out the application on their phone by scanning a QR code. We can schedule, people can make reservations to get married. It's pretty substantial.
When you said translation, were you talking about language translation?
Yeah, exactly. So they will get their application in Spanish and they can just fill it out. And then we can untranslate it to English when we do our part. So very convenient.
Terrific. And I assume you've discussed this with the county manager? Are you up on this?
We
in
have,
support?
and I am also supportive of it. Yes.
Okay.
And there was a letter that was signed by the commissioners
Yeah.
a while back
For the grant?
for the supporting the change.
Great. Okay. All right. Is there anything you need from us on this, or is this kind of an update?
Just an update. I want to
Thank
let
you.
you know, I don't want you to be surprised, like, hey, you said you're going to go through 2029 and you didn't. This is why.
Yeah,
I'll have to
thanks.
reapply.
Thank you, Michael.
Sure.
What else do you have for us?
July 1st, fees for recording are changing. Drastically, dramatic. Right now, a one-page document is $13.
Mhm.
July 1st, it's going to be $43.
And that is driven by the state, is that correct?
Yes. House Bill 24-1216.
Yes, we saw that in the resolution. And is this suggested or required or?
No, it's state statute.
Yeah.
These are
Mhm.
changing, so. We're informing people right now who record with us. Most are unhappy, but can't blame them.
And will that help your office at all? Those higher fees? Or do
It's
they-
gonna help the general fund for sure. Those fees go into the general fund.
Okay,
Last year we did about 1,400 single page documents. That's 1,400 $13 document. Now that's roughly, they're gonna be $43 now. So it's pretty significant amount.
Doesn't sound like we have a lot of choice.
No, we don't.
Item 8. So, excuse me, 7E. So I know how I'm gonna vote.
yeah. I think I'll vote to comply with state law.
Shots.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's pretty much all I have from the recording office.
okay.
Any
Thank you.
questions, comments, concerns?
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Mhm. No, I do think though, we need to move on to item 7E. If you'd like to stay present for the official
You'll have me.
adoption of the resolution, you are welcome, or you can get back to work, whatever your preference is. Galena, would you like to read resolution 2025-14?
Commissioner Brown, can I
yes.
just make one note on this? Because so this resolution is addressing two things. It's both the increase in fees for the clerk and recorder, which is effective come July, but we also put in this resolution to notify the public, because that's been our practice, that the public trustee fees also increased last year. That has already been in effect, but we had not done a resolution to notify the public of those fees. So this is a two-piece resolution that both things are included in there. Just wanted to note that.
Thank you. I had noted that, but I got so caught up in my conversation with Michael, I forgot to ask about that. The public trustee fees, that's the second half, yes. Yeah, and that's also to comply with state statute?
Yes.
Makes sense. Okay. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Oh, it's fine.
Passing around, and I have a written copy if that helps you.
Oh, I have it here on my
Okay.
screen. It's good. Thank you.
Okay.
So resolution 2025-14, whereas Colorado House Bill HB 24-12 1269 was passed by the Colorado legislature in May 2024 and signed into law by Governor Polis on June 4th, 2024. And whereas HB 24-1269 modified the base fee collected by the county clerk and recorder to be a flat $40 fee for any recorded document plus a $3 recording surcharge instead of a fee per page unless otherwise specified. And whereas no fee shall be charged for the filing or recording of a certificate of death, a verification of death document, or a certified copy thereof, which are public records. And whereas the HB 24-1269 requires the collection of the modified fee on any filing received by the county clerk and recorder as an authorized agent of the executive director of the Department of Revenue pursuant to section 38-29-128 or 42-6-121. And whereas the new fee structure for the clerk and recorder will take effect on July 1st, 2025. And whereas pursuant to CRS 38-37-104, Subscript 1, public trustees are entitled to set and receive fee amounts for performing the functions and exercising the powers conferring upon them by statute. And whereas Colorado House Bill HB 24-1443 was passed by the Colorado legislature in May 2024 and signed into law by Governor Polis on June 6, 2024. And whereas this bill increased the public trustees' fees for releases and foreclosures, except for the fee for conducting a public foreclosure sale by means of the internet. And whereas the act also creates a new fee in the amount of $300 for performing actions related to preceding a foreclosure sale if the holder of a certificate of purchase is not the holder of an evidence of debt. And whereas the new fee structure for the public trustee took effect on July 1st, 2024. And now therefore be it resolved by the San Miguel County Board of County Commissioners hereby authorizes the modification of the clerk and recorder fees effective July 1st, 2025. Approved and adopted on May 14th, 2025 at Telluride, Colorado, Board of County Commissioners, San Miguel County, Colorado.
And Maura, had we previously, thank you, Galina, had we previously authorized the modification of the trustees' fees? We just needed to make this public notice?
It doesn't need to be authorized. It's
Okay.
just been the practice of the county to issue these resolutions as notification to the public.
Thank you very much. Any corrections or questions about that? You know what's next, Lance?
I move to approve resolution 2025-14
Second.
as read.
That's-
She agrees.
Okay, how do you vote?
Aye.
I as well. Thank you so much, Michael.
Appreciate that.
Everybody needs to get their documents in and get married before July 1st. Save yourself $30.
You can take time to die, though.
What's that?
You can take time on the death part.
Yeah, exactly. Take time on that, right? Okay, we are now, thank you so much, on to the last of the 7F, discussion of updating the employee housing impact fee. And we have Kay Simonson as well as John Hubner here to discuss. Take it away, Planning Department.
So, the employee housing impact mitigation fee was initially adopted way back in 2007. And as you know, we had a long gap where the fee was not updated. And it was also a very different methodology in terms of what it sought to recover. In 2022, we adopted the new methodology, which is the market gap method, the difference between what it costs or what an average household can afford versus what a free market unit would cost per square foot. And we base this only on condominiums and multifamily, not on single family, because, you know, those vary wildly. You know, a lot of them are very big acreages and such. But anyhow, it went into effect in methodology that the town of Telluride uses, very similar to also what Mountain Village uses, and I believe Pitkin County and Gunnison County are using this one too. Am I correct on that?
They are.
Yes, thank you. So the way it was adopted, it was supposed to update automatically every year on April 1st. And we use a 3-year average of that, you know, the market. So in order to smooth out significant swings. And it also runs about a year behind. So anyhow, what we've done here now is we've provided to you, and we had a discussion last fall as to whether or not we should be increasing our fee to catch up. You know, because we haven't been doing the annual changes, updates, primarily because we've been in litigation and we wanted to see how that you know, panned out. And now that you know, we have the district court decision, albeit, you know, it's been appealed, but you know, we felt that perhaps it would be time to start moving forward. So 2022, $527 was the fee. And then would have gone up to $609 and $769. The 2025 amount should be $928 per square foot. And that is based on the sales years of 2021, 2022, and 2023.
Which were the eye-popping years.
Yes, they were. And then, of course, you know, we also have the mitigation rate, which ranges, you know, below 2,000 square feet is 0. And then above at 2001, it kicks in at 30% of your total, of the total calculated mitigation or fee. And then all the way up to when you get above 5,000 or when you get above 4,000 square feet, it goes well between 4,000 and 5,000. It's graduated between 66% and 90%. And then once you get over 5,000 square feet on up, it's 90%. And we did adjust that back in early 2023 to get rid of the big jumps, so it's a smooth line. And we did provide in here, we've got a 3-page table that breaks out all of the potential, or how do we do that? At 100 square foot increments, what the fees would be, both 2022 or 2022 plus 23, 24, 25. So you can see that. And then we've got a small table in here that gives you just some key numbers: 2,001 square feet, 4,000, and 5,000. We have found that most of our new construction falls in the 4,000 to 6,000 square foot range. We've also found a trend in the last couple of years more towards additions and alterations. Well, we don't charge for alterations, but, you know, additions. And that corresponds with the increase in interest rates and with the rise in the cost of labor and materials. So there's, you know, a lot of financial factors at play. John did a lot of number crunching on this, but you know, also looked at if we had been keeping up, how much more would we have collected? It's about $440,000. So what we're looking for here today is direction on if we should proceed with updating the gap fee. And should we do so, we'll have an engagement strategy with building professionals and the public. You know, we can we'll work on display ads, social media, press release, and we even have we can use some of our email lists. We're not going to pick up everybody on that. It's mostly contractors that we'll pick up, and architects and such. But, you know, so doing email blasts, but, you know, getting the word out. And, most likely starting at July 1st, so we give people time. Anybody who has a complete application submitted to us prior to that date would continue on at the current $527. If it's not, if the application is not complete, it would be the new fee, and of course, anything submitted after would be the new fee. And we can do that, you know, we can go with the full $928 now. With, you know, proceed without any sort of action from the board. However, if you would like us to raise the fee in a phased manner, there's a couple of ways we could do it. One that we had in the memo would do a 75%, 90%, 100% over 3 periods, and then that would catch us up in January of 2027 to whatever the fee should be at that point. Another option would be a shorter phase in, so say 6 months. We didn't put this one in the memo, but over, you know, from July 1st through December 31st, it's split the difference between 527 and 928. And then, you know, so a little bit of a break there.
And then do the full 928 starting January 1st.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. And then there's also an option that, you know, instead of doing this fee update annually, we could do it, biannually. So that's an option. It might make the jumps a little bit bigger every 2 years rather than the closer ones. So, John, did I miss anything? Anything you want to add?
The only thing I would add, the average fee that we did collect was approximately $50,000. We had 25 different collections. The median was 34,000, so there were a couple of higher ones that we did collect. And I think you really covered everything that I noted. The towns of Telluride, they have a mitigation rate. Telluride is $630, and it has been at that rate since 2023. And Catamount Village is $606, which has remained constant since 2023, similar to ours remaining at the same rate.
And those are very close to the rate that we would have used in 2023 if we had done the update. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would add that, you know, the numbers that we have in here we're missing about 8 months of data from when it was implemented 2022 due to our software changeover. And we, you know, if we needed to thoroughly dig into it, we could, but finance has been a little busy with some more important to them stuff.
I think this is a good data set for us to get a sense of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate all the information you provided. It's very helpful just to break it down by year.
So today we're looking for direction, no actual action. If anything direction you give us requires action, we'll come back to you in June on the, June 11th meeting.
Well, I want to speak to the engagement strategy. I'm very much in support of that. I think it's incredibly important. And I mean, I even wonder about outreach to the real estate community, because this will, you know,
they're on our email list.
Okay,
Good
that
call.
wasn't mentioned, but I think it's really important. Make sure that they are aware of these potential increases. Yep.
Good call.
Should we dig into the concept of phasing?
Mhm.
Because it
Yeah.
seems like if we are in favor of adjusting these and updating these, then we need to figure out the timing.
Yeah, maybe let's talk about that part first.
Sure.
Personally, I am in favor of updating it. I mean, these are big numbers and it's kind of like gives you pause, but they're big numbers and that's even more of a reason why we need the impact mitigation fee, because everybody's facing that, including people at really low AMI. So this is a hard pill to swallow, but I think your, previous boards thought this through long and hard, and, and took a lot of fun.
Thought this through or fought this through?
Anyway, I appreciate all the work you did to get us to this point, and I think we need to get back on track is my feeling. My concern with the specific phasing suggested here is that we would, as I read it, in January of 27, only be caught up to today's rate. And so we'd still be 2 years behind, and then we'd have to keep doing this. So I feel like I might be in favor of a faster ramp up. Am I right?
Like I
you're
said,
saying-
we run about a year behind, so no, the January 27 using the 2023 through 25 data would actually be where we're at.
Okay, so we'd catch up
We'd
right
be-
away then,
we'd catch up.
regardless of what the difference is between 928 and whatever number comes out of 23, 24, 25.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, because I was confused about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the alternative would be from, like if we use that to split the difference, go July to December, at 727.50. And then, January of next year, we would be at the 928. And then probably July 1st of next year, we would be at whatever the next update is.
I mean, just to kind of get this done, I would favor a faster implementation, but I'd love to hear from everybody else.
I think that it's gonna be same amount of pushback, whether it's a long, slow, or more expedited, and I agree with you. I think from a monitoring and administering perspective, that simple is good. And we're trying to get to a certain number, let's go there. 6 months and 727.50 as Kate described. So that's my suggestion.
What was the number? 727.50.
Until January 2026, so it goes up to 928.
So yeah, so 12, that would be 7/1 to 12/31 of 25.
And then, okay, the next re-up cycle is the final question, and you'll.
But let's just see how Galena feels about
I'm sorry.
the one step. Or the
Yeah, I mean, I agree that either way, this is gonna create some heartburn. But we do need to get on track. And yeah, I'm in support of that. But I am also very much in support of phasing this out, just because inevitably there's projects that are happening right this moment where people are gonna be caught in this tough spot. So I think a little leeway is important.
Okay, sounds good.
Let's agree on the 6 month then, and the other question that Kay asked is about the cadence for updates, whether it's the 1 year, which is, I think, what we have currently, or whether we want to consider a 2 year, which would.
What was your rationale for that suggestion, the 2-year schedule?
We wouldn't have to deal with, the updates would just be spaced out and wouldn't have to deal with an increase every year and, remain static for a certain period of time.
So less administration, is that?
No, it's more just how it would be received by the public.
Less disruption?
And I think it also helps with, as projects are coming into the pipeline, people would have greater certainty because, they're often delayed because of a contractor, because they need something in their permit that they can't get immediately. So they would have that greater certainty of like, okay, I have to make my application within this 2-year window to know that this is my fee if they're building a budget for their.
But that's only for people who are at that particular point in the process. As you move further into the 2 years, that assurance disappears. My concern is that we end up with bigger jumps, which are harder to swallow. And also that should the market decline, we're not being as responsive to that. So-
You could expect declines too.
Right, so I think my preference, unless it is a huge administrative burden, would be to stick to the 1-year schedule. But how do the rest feel?
I follow your logic, especially about declines, and I think that since this is an administrative decision, it's just calculations that happen and process works. Doesn't seem like it's gonna be a huge administrative shift. And numbers will vary with the 3-year averaging that we're doing, so let's stick with plan A.
You all right with
I
that?
support that, yeah.
Okay, great, I think you have the direction you were seeking, is that correct? Any loose ends?
Yeah.
Thank you for making, paying attention to this and getting us back on track as soon as we had that kind of litigation behind us. Knock on wood.
We still have to come back to you just for approval.
Yeah.
Yep,
We'll see you June 11th.
is that what the date we decided on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll add that to the update. Coming.
But we can, before Suzanne escapes, work on, kind of our PR strategy.
Oh, good. I had another thought about that is the County Lines program. That's a good place for getting that word out, and maybe one of you could attend that just to mix up the people. What do you think, Jared and Suzanne?
I think I'll be on it tomorrow.
Ah, that's not a bad. Do you have a full agenda, or do you have
I'm sure we could fit this.
fit that in? Is that too soon, Kay, or?
I have no idea if I'm available tomorrow for that.
We,
Yeah.
Let you guys figure it out.
Yeah.
we can get
Do what
Jay
you can do.
Easy on the radio.
Who's that?
John.
Yeah,
Gardner.
yeah, as soon as one of you is available. It's a monthly thing, right? So yeah, the sooner the better if you're prepared, and it feels like you are. This was a very comprehensive analysis and rationale. So if it works, great. If not, we'll get you on the next one. Okay.
And Jared can always speak for us on this one. Yeah, I'm trying to visualize my calendar for tomorrow and can't.
Okay. Well, as we said, John would be great too. So see how that goes. All right. Thank you both very much. Back on June 11. All right. It is now 11:07, and we did have a agenda item for 11 o'clock, and that is item 9A under the Natural Resources and Climate Resilience title, a presentation by the county of the county composting project by the intern Hank Williams. Hank, I am guessing, since I don't see someone I don't know in the room, that you are online.
I do not see him.
Thanks.
Could we take a 3-minute recess while we wrap that page?
I forgot about recess. Yes, let's do that. We'll take a 3-minute recess, or, yeah, we never take a 3-minute recess.
5.
Why don't we come back? Yeah, we'll come back as soon as we can. But no later than 11:15. And hopefully Hank Williams will be in the house.
continuing. On Thursday, we had a tabletop exercise, which is there's various levels of emergency service planning for specific incidences. And this one was to simulate if there was a wildfire in the Telluride and Mountain Village area, how would people get notified and evacuated? Obviously, all emergency responders, law enforcement, and then logistical staff were present at the depot. I was able to attend the majority of that meeting, and it left me feeling optimistic and concerned because we still have very limited egress out of Telluride and Mountain Village, obviously seasonally, whether it's the Spur and or Boomerang Road. There's a lot of potential impediments depending on what time of year an incident. So we're continuing to identify those vulnerabilities, and we will be coming to the respective governments with potential policy and or logistical solutions for those. We also met with planning,
Can I
legal.
just interject one thing?
Yes.
As a point of reassurance, maybe, I've been in a couple meetings recently with Shannon Armstrong, our emergency management officer.
Yes.
And also Chief Bennett was at one of those. And
Yes.
we talked specifically, it wasn't like agendized, but we did talk about, evacuation strategies for the two towns and how there's concern around that. And I was somewhat reassured to hear that because we well know the limited options, that team has a very specific decision-making process in place to alert people well ahead of when an evacuation might be,
Yes.
urgent, right? So it's not like they're sitting around recognizing that we have these few options. They would err on the side of caution and require evacuation much sooner than we might otherwise think. It's not like we're going to be seeing necessarily fire
Right.
at the edge of town and then the evacuation order happens.
Right.
It could be hours and hours before they feel that it could potentially meet one of the town or reach one of the towns. So they are planning
Yes.
for that geographic reality.
I touched on the concern and not what was optimistic
Okay.
or gave me reassurance. And that was one, as well as the fact that we can, through our emergency alert system, notify not just the folks who have signed up, but people that are within our geographic region, because that's always a big concern of if we have visitors, tourists, day trippers, how do they know if there's an incident coming?
That's right.
That coupled with obviously we've heard the Pano AI and some of the other emergency initial detection systems have been drastically improved in recent years. So
That's right.
everything
Yeah.
you just said is correct.
Yeah, and they went over the various notification systems that we have. The one you're referring to for visitors is a national alert system along the lines of the Amber Alert or the others that are, really high level, but we don't need every visitor to sign up
Right.
for the alert system, although we would like them to, because then they get all sorts of information and
Yes.
probably more detail. But that's a really good backup that we have is the National Emergency Alert System.
And it's geographically selectable,
Mhm.
so we can notify the folks that are in those areas of potential concern and not raise concerns for folks that are not likely to be affected.
Exactly. Thanks for letting me
Thank you.
flush that out.
Thanks
Yeah.
for adding.
Mhm.
Had a chance to meet with Kenny Mapa at the Telluride Airport regarding the permits that he will be working on submitting and some of the concerns that have been passed along about uses of airport property. And then I felt like it was a productive meeting to get us all on the same page and help Kenny understand and share with his board what is allowed under the current permits, how they would have to modify those. But also there was continued reassurance that they would not be staging for the Four Seasons project up at the airport. So I know that's been an item of rumor and concern. So I wanted to address that would not be happening, will
Thank you.
not be happening.
That's-
Sure.
And Mike, what are the permits that he anticipates? Or is it time to discuss those or announce those, or
I don't
just
think
wait
so.
till they come?
Yeah,
That's fine.
They're
Yeah,
gonna be coming.
appreciate that. Yep.
Thank you. Jared's also likely going to be talking about our communications coordinator interviews that we held yesterday. 3 great candidates that we had a chance to speak with. So certainly nobody can ever replace Suzanne, but we're limping along anyway till she changes her mind from all the nasty side eyes I'm giving her.
That's effective.
Continuing in the emergency preparedness realm, we're going to be meeting tomorrow in Norwood for most of the day meeting. I'll be there for the SEPA, which is the Colorado Emergency Preparedness Assessment, sorry, where it rates in 32 core capabilities our response and recovery readiness to show us a larger view of where we may need to focus, whether it's emergency housing or economic recovery. And so I'll have a lot more to report to you after that meeting tomorrow.
Sorry, would it make sense for Shannon to kind of report to us on that?
It would.
But
And
it probably-
I'd be happier to have Shannon share that outcome than.
Whenever the assessment is received, it might
Yes.
be down the road, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But
Maybe
we've
you
been
could
working
give us-
on this assessment for a while, so this is like, okay, everybody has put in their pieces to it. Now we're all meeting and going through everything.
Perhaps you could just give us a high level debrief
I
and then
love high
Shannon
level
can,
briefs. Yes.
Shannon can give us a more detailed report once that's all prepared.
Sounds good.
Because I recently learned that she reports directly to the BOCC.
She does, and that was a
Yeah.
change that the board made.
Yeah.
I believe Commissioner Waring, actually, you've been here my entire time, but we did that about 2 years in when we switched from our previous emergency manager, Henry, to Shannon.
Great.
Okay, tomorrow's the Tomboy Road Site Walk. It's a mandatory site walk for the bidders. So far, we have at least 5 confirmed bidders that have said they're interested, and the Forest Service has also been contacted with additional companies. So Ryan and Rodenbridge will be walking up there to see it on site. We wanted to make sure that any contractor that bids thoroughly understands how access will occur and the specifics of that location. Those bids are open until 5 p.m. on May 23rd. Actually, I was on the county's bids tab of our website, and we have numerous bids that are out. So if you're a contractor, please check those out. And on Friday will be the Household Hazardous Waste event down at Carhenge in partnership with Eco Action Partners for Telluride, and then Saturday in Norwood. I would just urge the public to go on the Eco Action website because it specifies the locations, hours, types of materials that can be brought. So we don't want anybody loading up a truck or a trailer and then finding out that whatever they're bringing may not be able to be accepted. Pam Schifrin, as I noted, she is out of the country 1 more week. She left last Wednesday. She's gone for 2 weeks. Alyssa is in the office, but sadly has notified that she will be stepping away after Pam's return to take a remote position closer to her family. So we'll be looking for assistance for SMRHA again very soon. On May 12th, Kay Simonson forwarded a news article from San Juan County, Utah, our friends just over the border, about their expedited uranium mine permit in Moab. And that's for Anfield Resources. Anfield also holds permits in Slick Rock area. So I just wanted to make sure that I know that on the planning side and legal and admin, we're following this, but we anticipate that there may be requests coming to us to do similar things that as Utah has done.
Sorry, what are those things? You mean
The
expedited?
expediting uranium permitting,
Okay,
which is obviously, we we want it done where it is needed, but also done correctly and responsibly and with the cleanup, bonds and the safety measures in place.
so the, who would be making that request? Potentially a mining company?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
so it's
likely
not like we're being asked to change our processes, an applicant might ask us to speed up the process.
Correct. Citing what's happening on the other side.
And is that even legal for us to do?
I
guess we'd have
think
to
if
state-
and when that occurs, we'll be having
Yeah.
its own separate work session about that and understanding for, helping the board with what resources and legal abilities you have. But hopefully, things continue as they have been, but not, but it's just a heads up.
Thank you.
Yes. And lastly, big thanks to Heather Widlin and Katie Nisham Ramirez for creating accessible RFP templates. It's been something I emailed all the directors last week because we've been seeing directors using old RFP templates that are not accessible and or including photos or tables, PDF, screen scan documents, etc. So we're trying to continue to make it easier for them to have fully accessible documents. And I think that's it for right now. I'm sure I'm forgetting a lot, but those are some of the things last week and upcoming. Have our regular meeting next Wednesday on the 21st. You're in Telluride. And then we'll be having a special meeting on the 28th. It would have been a work session because we will not be holding our June 4th regular meeting. That meeting on May 28th has been changed to be a special meeting so that we can take action on items that occur between now and then. Thank you.
Thank you. Jared.
I only have two things. As I said, I check off all the things that Mike said.
Yes.
I just want to reiterate, Suzanne Chevins has been fantastic to work with. Her last day is next Tuesday.
Oh my gosh.
So this may be our last BOCC meeting with her on staff. No doubt in retirement, she will come to all the meetings just for fun. But I do want to recognize her service. As Mike said, we did have some really good applicants that we had some interviews with. Big shoes to fill, but some really thoughtful folks who want to carry on a great legacy. So want to acknowledge that and say thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
I'm also going to be sad that tomorrow will be our last county lines with Suzanne, unless I can get her to,
DJ.
keep being my DJ, other than Saturday nights. So, the only other thing I wanted to mention is one of those RFPs Mike mentioned on the website is our affordable housing code evaluation that we got our local planning capacity grant through the Prop 123 program. We did get that closed yesterday, and we got 6 responses to that RFP. We are evaluating those actively today and tomorrow, and going to be making some selections and moving that process ahead. So I know the board is always interested in what we're doing on those housing fronts, and that was one of those projects that we've been fortunate to get some resources from Prop 123 for, and are excited to have them come in, engage with the public, look through our code and figure out, are there ways that we might do more, better, different for affordable housing within our code? So.
I had a question about that from a member of the public yesterday. They were asking, whatever happened to the work group we were promised for the evaluating the community housing zone district? And I let them know, and you can tell me if I got this wrong, that this RFP was out and that we had expanded the workload. So it's not, or the project, I guess, so it's not only looking at the community housing zone district, but as you said, all the ways we could do more, better, different. But I just want to confirm for the public that there will be a work group component to that. That's part of the plan, correct, still?
Correct. We put into the scope particularly that there will be, this group is expected to help navigate, manage, working with a selected work group.
Great.
We'll talk about, they'll give us some recommendations on how to develop that membership. We will have a lot of input back and forth with them on how we select the folks who will be participating in that. Of course, there's going to be open public comment during this process as well. But yes, that is the key. It is not just a focus on how is community housing as a zoning working for us or not working for us. We want it to be a little bit broader than that. That will undoubtedly be a piece of that project, but not the whole thing. So, and looking forward to that. And again, thank our housing specialist, Drea Orezia. She's doing fantastic work and moving a lot of things moving forward. So I thank her for her efforts.
That's great.
And that's all I've got for right now.
Right. Oh, you got some bigwigs showing up here for lunch. All right, moving on now. Star, are you still with us? For your update, we are ready when you are. Sorry if we didn't give you the heads up. I got this. Let me see if I can. Has anyone been in touch with Star? Oh, there she is.
Sorry. Sorry, I didn't know I was going to be doing an update.
Oh, yeah, I didn't
We
either.
communicated yesterday that that was gonna be pushed back to next week. So,
Yeah, is it
uh,
on the agenda? It's not on our agenda, or the copy I have.
I just have an update needed on there because I don't.
Oh, okay, well, Star, recognizing that I was the source of that screw up, if you'd like to have a few minutes for an update, impromptu, you're welcome, or if you'd like to wait till next week, that's fine too. We're in regular touch with you. And you're
Well, I can give you a few things. I held and facilitated the recreation roundtable meeting. That was very productive. We go over a lot of the updates from the local nonprofits and the federal agencies. Just some highlights, and I know that Commissioner Gleason last weekend spoke to some of these. We had Dan Ben Horan from the Uncompahgre field office, which I just mentioned, state that they would not be implementing the fees through the business plan that was created last year due to the fact that they have to upgrade the facilities. They have to provide a certain number of amenities at the sites before they can charge the fees. So this summer, due to the I think the funding, contracting, etc., with the federal government, they are hopeful that they can purchase some of the things like picnic tables, fire rings, the amenities that they need, install those this summer, and then implement the fees for next summer in 2026. We also talked about the shooting range at Leopard Creek, which is on the BLM lands, and they have been talking about relocating. They had gone to a site and looked at a relocation and determined it might not be the best site due to the proximity of neighbors and their concerns. So they will continue to look at other sites, and they cannot and will not close the current site until they have another site secured. They said limitations on that would be funding and staff time. They had one of their staff, the recreation staff, leave, and so the recreation planner, I think, is filling in for that spot. So they are down some recreation staff. They have river rangers. They have 3 out of 4 of the river rangers that they will have on the San Miguel River. And they will not have some of their other staff. I think it was some of their range staff, etc., due to the hiring freeze, some of their seasonals.
Or do you know if they're working with the sheriff's office on a site location? Because I recall from maybe well over a year ago that the sheriff's office was looking to potentially make use of a shooting range in our area, although they have a good one in western Montrose County, but.
I'm not sure. That wasn't brought up.
Okay.
I can ask the question though. Thank you for bringing that up.
Just, they might have a little input is all, not to complicate things, but.
Okay. We also had Craig Garother. He works with CPW, Colorado Parks and Wildlife. He does the sage grouse lek counts. And he stated in his study research and counts that there are more birds but fewer leks, which was good news on that end. He also said that Mark Caddy has left CPW, and I think they have a couple of gaps in their they're using other districts to fill in for Mark Caddy. And let's see. I'm almost finished with creating the notes for this meeting, and then I will just send those out. And I think everything else Commissioner Gleason mentioned in last week's meeting as far as Forest Service updates. Also, we were approached to write a letter to Congressman Hurd, Bennett and Hickenlooper's office regarding a new bill, public lands and public hands. I'm still in the process of researching that. It seems a lot of it's getting good feedback from people that what it would do would take the ability out of the Secretary of Interior and Agriculture's hands to make the decision to sell off the public lands, to then put it into Congress hands to do that. And they would be making that decision. So I want to do a little bit more research, but potentially be writing a letter to those in support of that, unless I find something different that we might oppose. I think that's all I have.
Reasonable.
On the spot here.
Thank you for jumping to it. Anybody have questions or comments for Star? All right, well, that'll make next week's or the next time's update a little more shorter. Thank you, Star. Nice to see you.
You too.
All right, we have various dignitaries assembling here in the VOCC room. I'm waiting for one, but he's more related to item 10B, so I think we could start. Oh, there he is. Hi. Dignitaries fully assembled. Okay. We will start. We have 2 long-time employees of the county that we are recognizing and thanking today for their service around the anniversary of some big markers. The first one is Dennis Strom. Hi, Dennis. Hello. From our Road and Bridge Department. He's been an operator for 10 years, which is a long time these days at any job, but particularly one that requires the hard work and muscle that our Road and Bridge Department puts in. I see 2 of his supervisors here, Alan Hatfield and Ryan Regretti, and I'm wondering if either or both of you would like to make any comments about Dennis's good serving, not to put you on the spot, but that's kind of what's happening today.
Can hear you.
Yeah,
I know
you gotta come up to the
everybody
mic.
loves public speak.
Got to sit?
You can sit, you can
I'd
stand.
like to sit, because I. Okay.
This is Alan Hatfield.
Hello. I'm
Nice
Alan
to see you.
Hatfield, West End Supervisor of the Road and Bridge. Today I'm going to honor Dennis for his 10-year anniversary. Dennis first came to Colorado when he was training with the Army's 10th Mountain Division. That is where he fell in love with the big mountains and wildlife. After retiring as a drill sergeant and his kids were raised, he was ready for a change. His best friend and military buddy had a second home in Pagosa Springs and said that the house is yours to use. Come out and see what you think. So he moved to Colorado in 2013, worked in Pagosa until he saw an ad for a gondola operator in Mountain Village. He did that and had also worked as an operator for Montrose County before making his way to San Miguel County Road and Bridge in 2015. After working in the Deep Creek shop for 2 years, he transferred to the Norwood shop. Dennis has worked his way from an operator to a senior operator and now is the lead worker in the Dry Creek Basin shop. It has been my great pleasure in watching Dennis transform as an operator to lead, where he is running a crew. The residents of Dry Creek Basin are always complimenting his work and the condition of the county roads that he is responsible for. Dennis is a hard worker and passionate about the jobs given to him. So with that, I want to say thank you for your loyalty and dedication to the Road and Bridge Department for the last 10 years. And thank you for your 17 years of military service.
Dennis, would you like to make any comments? It's not required.
Just thanks for the opportunity. Colorado's been great to us, since we've been here. Alan said, watching me evolve in the Road and Bridge Department, I just gotta say, yeah, I watched him evolve from senior lead operator to a supervisor, and hopefully we learn both from each other. So it's been a great ride. Nice.
Would anybody else up here like to say anything?
I'll just second the feedback from residents, specifically in the Dry Creek Basin. I've only been commissioner for a few months, but I've already received some letters of thanks, and that those words just speak so strongly to your dedication to your work and attention to what the residents need and our roads need. And thank you.
Dennis, I've got all kinds of questions based on your resume that Alan just gave us. I'm curious if you could just spin a story for me about something that really stuck with you in the last 10 years working for San Miguel County. And if there isn't anything interesting, let's go back to Camp Hale and the drill sergeant, because that's interesting to me as well.
Dennis, do you mind sitting up closer to the microphone, or we could even just bring it to you, because that's the only way people on Zoom can hear your tales.
Right. There's so much of the Road and Bridge. One of the funnest times was when it was just me and Alan working out of the Norwood shop during one of the worst winters, wasn't it?
17, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just us clearing roads. That was a fun time. And as far as Camp Hale, stayed there for a couple weeks training. Original where the 10th Mountain originally started, and the buildings aren't there anymore, but when they reactivated 10th Mountain, that was one of our first training exercises, go back to Camp Hale, and we did everything that those World War II soldiers did. Stayed on Camp Hale. You know, we called them, they were called eco-tents. They were trying out little pup tents, but it was a great time. Got to meet the original cadre of the 10th Mountain that were still alive. I think it was back in 1986, so a lot of them are past now, but it was a good time. It was a very, very good time.
Well, you're obviously a natural for this job if you think two people plowing all of Norwood in a high snow winter was fun.
I say that now because it's past. During the time it was fun, but I think back on it, you
Yeah.
know, and we did well, so.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And we're so happy you're here in San Miguel County. Thank you for your service and also your service to our country.
Thank you.
And we're happy you can stay for lunch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Good. We have one more well-loved employee of San Miguel County to honor, John Hubner, Senior Planner of the Planning Department. How about that? He's been with us for 25 years, and I don't know your whole resume, but perhaps you or Kay will recount it. I don't think you've always been in the Planning Department, but you have grown into that role. And I think that a really good example of the quality and thoughtfulness of your work, John, is the memo that you prepared with Kay, I imagine today, regarding the housing mitigation fee. It's a sensitive subject, and you provided us so much information and reassurance that, we need this and that we're doing the right thing, and options for how to move forward. So really grateful for that. And personally also for just, all that you bring to the third floor of the Miramonte building, your wonderful sense of humor and all the warmth that you have for all of us. It's really, really stand out and appreciated. So I know the other commissioners know you a little bit too. Do you want to speak now or a little bit later? Or
I'd like to hear Kay.
yeah, let's hear Kay, of course.
So yeah, bit over 25 years ago, John moved up here from Arizona. And he started in May of 2000.
That would be right.
May of
Good math.
2000, with the assessor's office. And he spent a fair amount of time there, learning about county government. And I'm not sure what year, but then he moved over to be clerk of the board. So if you're ever doing, research from that time period, his signature pops up on, minutes and resolutions and all of that. And then 2016, he came into the planning department, first as a permit tech, and then as an associate planner. And that was the position he held when I started here in 2019. And, I learned, that he was a very quick study and very interested and eager to learn more and to develop as a planner. And so after that first year, I promoted him to senior planner. And he's also undertaken the fairly significant work that it takes to become a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. There's a fairly rigorous test that goes on with that, and he got it on the first try. It's one of those that if you don't get it on the first try, you're not too sure you want to try it ever again. But he's just a great repository of knowledge, information. He arrives at work well rested from his 1 hour nap on the bus every morning. And then, stays, chipper throughout the day due to his Diet Coke. He's, just a key asset. And I'd say that I outsource my memory to him. And because I can usually rely on him sort of remembering what I forget. And he really does keep a lot of the day-to-day stuff going as I'm working on, bigger picture stuff. And he takes initiative. He asks, hey, can I take this on? The employee housing mitigation fee was, one of those where he stepped up and said, hey, let me try it. So we're really glad to have him. And thanks for all you do. Another thing is his tagline, what could be better? And so
certainly not John Hubner.
Yeah.
As good as they get. Now I've already forgotten the order we did. Is it John or you guys now? John?
John's turn.
Yeah, would you like to make a few comments?
Sure.
Good. Here at your roast.
Yeah. Well, behind every good man, there might be a great woman. And my wife has been really supportive of my working here in San Miguel County, and definitely couldn't have done it for 25 years without her. And, you know, work at the county can be challenging, as you all know. Not every day is a picnic in the park, but generally speaking, San Miguel County has been an excellent place for me to work. And I'm really, really glad that I, you know, started 25 years ago. And each day has just been a day. You know, like today is just a day for me, but it's nice to be recognized for showing up for work for 25 years. And as a roasting story, I would like to share about how I was told to do a really important job of taking Rachel Allen and Nicola Kerr out for a view of the east end of San Miguel County as during a, you know, month of March, and, you know, there's still snow on the ground. And I wanted to make sure to show them the Diamond Ranch, a parcel that the county owns. And so I went out there and drove onto the county parcel and promptly became stuck in snow. And we were really out there with, you know, luckily somebody was smart enough to bring their cell phone, probably Nicola. And we finally got someone to pull us out of there, but Kay was probably rethinking, you know, who is the person that you put in charge of doing these types of high crucial tasks? So, you know, there's been probably a few more days like that. I do enjoy telling jokes and, you know, goofing around at work, and occasionally there are a few bad jokes, but unfortunately now they're all bad jokes, and people still laugh occasionally, which is nice. Very thoughtful of them. But I'm really grateful for the opportunity and glad to be here. So thank you very much.
Carmen,
Please
yes,
do.
grab a microphone.
So I kind of followed John around. I started in the assessor's office and John was there. And I met John when his youngest was still with Marty in the womb. And then there was a little baby, and got to see him at the school. And I was so excited to be able to work with him because he's such a gentle, kind soul. And then it just so happened I followed him upstairs and he helped me through that process of being a good clerk and all the ins and outs. And then just working with him so closely at the planning, I feel so fortunate that he's part of our team. Him and his wife are one of the kindest, nicest people you'll ever meet. So thank you, John.
Thanks, Carmen.
Jared.
I was going to mention, we've got a guest appearance.
The guest appearance. We need someone to let Chris Holstrom into the room. Hang on one second, Chris. This is a treat. Can she turn on her camera too if she wants to? If you want to.
I bet you can hear me now.
Yeah.
Video is still disabled, but that's okay. I'm just really, the county is so lucky to have John on board. We have an astounding staff and John is part of that. And lately I've been calling and asking questions and emailing as a citizen. And John is just such a stellar guy. He's always pleasant on the phone. He will always help you, even if he doesn't know the answer. He works to find it. And I think that is just one of the many qualities that make him a treasure for the county. So congratulations, and here's to many more, we hope.
Thank you.
Nice to hear from you, Chris. Thank you. What a treat. Commissioners.
You bet.
John, I'll echo a little bit of what Commissioner Holstrom said. When I started working here almost 7 years ago, I came to you a lot with really simple, easy stuff, and you always had an answer. And then as I started to get my feet underneath me, my questions got a little harder, a little deeper. And I still vaguely remember the first time that I stumped you and you said, I'll find out. And the next day you had a memo for me. It was accurate, it was concise, And it was the answer that I was looking for. And I realized that you were a great source of truth, but also of humor. And you and I sometimes trade jokes, and I almost got you to get the Diet Coke to come out your nose a couple weeks ago. That remains my goal. So, thank you very much for your service to San Miguel County. Thank you very much for being a part of the work community here. And I look forward to another 25 years.
John, when I first came on as a member of the County Planning Commission, you just really helped my transition be like easier and more pleasant just in the way that you conduct yourself in presenting information, and your public engagement is incredible. And I think people just really appreciate the way that you relay information in a really kind and just informative way. You're so approachable, and it really, I think everyone just appreciates that on a daily basis. And quite frankly, you're one of the reasons that I was motivated to continue on my path and with the county and even run for commissioner, because I just really appreciated all of the engagement we had on the commission, especially through some pretty like contentious and heated topics. And I love seeing you and Margie out in Norwood in the community. I just ran into her in the grocery store 2 nights ago, and you're just such a wonderful part of our community. And I hope I can buy you a Diet Coke sometime soon.
Very sweet. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, I think we're ready for the applause. All right, it's time for lunch. And I think during that lunchtime, maybe Suzanne can round up a few people for group photos as appropriate. Yeah, does that make sense with the honorees? Perfect. Okay, you got your photos. Okay. Anything? Well, let's just take a break now. I will say that we will return promptly at 12:30 to address all 3 attorney matters. We did not get to item B, so we will start with A and then go to B and then go to C, as long as it may take. We will see you all back here at 12:30. Thank you. It is 12:31 on Wednesday, May 14th, and this is a special meeting. We are continuing from this morning of the Board of County Commissioners. We have arrived at the afternoon agenda, which I have lost. Nope. Yeah, I've lost the agenda, but I happen to know that I have a friend right here to pass it to me. The first item on our afternoon agenda is 11A, Attorney Matters. And we typically begin with an update and other as needed by our county attorney. Maura, would you have anything to share generally, or should we move on?
I just have one thing quick. You may
Please.
have seen in the news that on Monday, not Oregon, Colorado Supreme Court ruled in the city and county of Boulder case against Suncor and Exxon. And the county and city prevailed in that case, that the Supreme Court said the case can move forward. It is not preempted by federal law. So that case will now be sent back to the Boulder County District Court. Or Suncor and Exxon could potentially seek U.S. Supreme Court review. So this will affect our case tangentially because the same jurisdictional question was raised in our case, which has been stayed pending this Supreme Court decision. So we stay tuned to see what happens next in both cases. That's the only update I have.
That is big news and good news. I actually heard it on Colorado Today, yesterday, I think, but they didn't mention San Miguel County.
The article.
That you sent, did, yeah.
did.
Anyway, yeah.
And Amy Markwell reached out this morning, very excited.
Was she excited? Yeah, it's great news. Okay. Thank you, Maura. Now moving on to item 11A, discussion of the town of Mountain Village and town of Telluride concerning the sewer authority. The flow here will be that I'm going to make a few sort of opening remarks just to kind of bring the public up to speed, because all of this work really has been going on, just between the governments, as it does often in beginning stages, bring the public up to speed. And then the two towns have requested about 60 minutes to kind of share where they're coming from right now. And then I see we have some members of the public who may want to speak, who are here in person, and perhaps some online. So does that sound good to everybody? Everybody okay with that? All right, good. So I just want to thank everyone for being here. We have packed the room again on the wastewater treatment plant sewer authority. We have elected officials, staff from both towns, members of the public, and not here today, but also someone who really deserves our thanks is the Alexander family for once again stepping up to help solve a major infrastructure issue on the East End. You have our deep respect and appreciation for all you continue to do for the county. So I just want to, as I said, bring the public up to speed on where we've been, where we are today, why we're here. And I just want to ask also our staff, county staff and commissioners, if you have anything to add, if I misstate anything or miss a detail, please just interrupt me, because this is kind of a group effort, but I thought I would take the lead. So just as a reminder, the two towns and the county last met to discuss the wastewater treatment plant on March 19th here in this room, at which time the town of Mountain Village, with support from the town of Telluride, laid out their conceptual plan for the new facility. The Board of Commissioners responded with a few questions, as we are wont to do, but ultimately expressed our wholehearted support for the project. And we could repeat all of that, but I want to move on. As you know, as we've said many times, we are in support of this project. It's a really terrific solution to a regional infrastructure issue. Our only outstanding question of significance coming out of that March 19th meeting was not about the wastewater treatment plant itself, but about the structure of the new sewer authority, which was not actually the subject of that meeting, but it came up as we, on the side, wondered how this thing was going to work. So in particular, the BOCC left that March 19th meeting concerned that the county was not being included in planning the sewer authority. So therefore began a series of informal meetings between myself representing the county and the mayors and pro tems of the two towns as we tried to kind of sort that out. During these meetings and subsequent written follow-ups, the county expressed our concerns about 4 key points, which we felt were important to ensure that current and future users in unincorporated San Miguel County would be fairly represented and fairly charged for sewer services long into the future. In particular, these are the 4 key points that the county requested binding assurance of from the two towns who are working to develop the sewer authority. The first one was that we wanted to be sure that septage, which is the sludge that comes out of a septic tank when it's emptied every few years, but needs to be processed. It can't just go to the dump. That we wanted to be assured that septage would always be accepted from throughout the county at a fair and reasonable rate. Our objective here was to avoid having septage shipped out, as I believe it is now often now because of the capacity of the current plant, going as far as Olathe, and that costs a lot of money, and it also really does not help us meet our greenhouse gas emission goals, climate action plan. So the septage part seemed to be pretty easy. The towns have already verbally agreed that the county, that this wastewater treatment plant would accept all septage from throughout the county, subject to reasonable timing limitations, like please don't bring your septage at Christmas or over bluegrass, which makes perfect sense. So the second request was that the founding boundaries of the sewer authority would include the larger of the two maps that were presented as options on March 19th. So that includes the existing service areas as well as east to Bridal Veil Falls, and then south to the ski ranches into Ilium Valley, west down to the county and CDOT road and bridge facilities in Deep Creek. So that map, we were super excited to see that it was on the table, and that is the map we'd like to be part of the formation of the sewer authority to ensure that folks in unincorporated counties will have that service. So the reason we made that county, that the county made that request is to avoid sort of future negotiations every time an area on the east end wants to join the sewer authority. We've seen, we feel that people in the region should all rightly be served by the sewer authority. And so let's just make that clear from the beginning. That piece, the last I heard from the towns on that was that they would agree to sort of high level boundaries for the new sewer authority, but nothing specific yet. So that's kind of still in the works. The third thing the county asked for was one seat on the sewer authority board. So as I understand it, the board would be 5 people, 2 from each of the towns and 1 from the county. So we're not asking for equal representation, but a seat at the table. In exchange for this seat, the county offered to contribute financially 5% of our current general fund to the sewer authority, which you all know the state of our general fund, 5% is $1.3 million. The towns have made it clear that 1.3 million is not nearly enough of a financial contribution to warrant a full seat on the sewer authority board, as each town expects to contribute as much as $30 million in capital to the plant construction from their existing reserves, which they believe gives them the right to control the sewer authority. The county may be offered 1 advisory seat, but would not have a full voting member. The last thing that the county requested is that users in the unincorporated areas of the county would be charged equivalent rates to users within the towns, to ensure that these residents are not priced out of wastewater treatment service. We were told that equivalent rates are not possible given the disparity in capital contributions. So instead, the county suggested that unincorporated users be charged up to 125% of in-town users, which is what Lawson and Aldisoro are currently paying. We have subsequently been told that the towns cannot provide reassurance of a maximum rate ratio for in-town versus out-of-town users. To be clear, we are not requesting a maximum rate, but rather a maximum percentage that unincorporated users would be charged over what in-town users would be charged. I hope that's clear. We're not saying you have to charge us $50 a month. So the towns responded that rates will be set in the future based on a rate study over which the county, this is our part, will have no oversight because we will have no representation on the board. It has been suggested that out-of-town rates should be high enough to balance out the 2 towns' $30 million capital contributions, which the county is unable to match. That sounds like a really big upcharge for users in the unincorporated county. And I'm wondering if someone on our team ran some numbers on that.
Yes.
They did. So you want to take that, Mike?
I'd be happy to. So again, I'm going to share my screen, and I just ran amortization tables on several different scenarios based off of that $30 million number. And then we were shared with that the towns were looking at a 6.5% bond interest rate.
Because there's a possibility that municipal bonds will no longer be tax-free.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so I started with, and let me see, how can I make that bigger? Let's see.
Maybe view.
Yep. Okay. So if it was a 20-year bond at the 6.5% rate for 30 million, it would equate to a monthly payment of 223,000. So if we were to divide that by the current unincorporated users of 388, that would equal a $577 additional charge per month. We know that there's going to be expansion of users, and whether that's the Mountain Village project in Ilium, or as we understand their agreement that they're engaging with Ilium Property Owners Association on to accept their septage, we bump that up to 600, in which case it would result in this scenario of $373 additional per month. Then realizing that that was probably too short of a duration, we ran it at 30 years at that same number. And so you see the numbers come down a little bit to 488 for existing users, and or $316 based off of the anticipated future users number. And again, I'm only talking future unincorporated county users. Then I ran it for 40 years, knowing that that's municipal bonds or the bond ceiling. And again, current rates, 452, and then for 600 users, it brings it to $292. The current out-of-town monthly sewer rate is $146 per month. And so I ran it at the maximum of 40 years at what a lower rate, 4.5%, which is what some other projects I've heard of recently have been able to receive. And that brought it to 347 or 224 additional. When you add that to what the current amounts are, and I'm not doing this to be hyperbolic or anything of the sort. I know in an early discussion, and I'll just as an aside say it's been a bit of a challenge because we were working at staff to staff level. And then I know that electeds started contacting their respective counterparts. And so we were told things from those conversations. And then it's been a bit messy because I'm trying to learn, well, what was actually said in that conversation. And sometimes I'm being corrected by my counterparts or by my elected officials. So I think one of the goals I would have is can we either designate that it's going to continue with our electeds and or with staff, but not this mix of both, because it's a bit like the game telephone where we're trying to catch up on what's said and making sure that we're all working with the same set of numbers and facts. But I think when we ran this under kind of the more conservative of a 40-year bond at 4.5%, the additional with this anticipated larger user group of 600 on top of the current rate, that brings a total monthly sewer rate to $370. And I think that was a grave concern. We had originally heard from one of the I was told rather from one of the substantial contribution, then our ratepayers could expect a maximum of $100 more per month. And if we didn't, it would be over $200 more per month, which is kind of similar to that conclusion that I came to of the additional 224. But $370 a month for a sewer bill, especially for the majority of our deed restricted communities that would be served by this, is, I think, a grave concern of the commissioners from my individual conversations with you all. And knowing that we have a lot of folks that are retired in there or do not have the ability to have absorb that kind of extra increase. So that's part of why we're here today, is to raise that concern and see how we can address it.
Thank you, Mike. And I just want to close by saying at this point, the county has no written or otherwise binding reassurances regarding our key concerns about boundaries and rates, and no representation on the Sewer Authority Board, the planned board, which leaves us feeling that this is not actually a regional wastewater treatment plant as originally proposed. Instead, it feels like a town of Telluride Mountain Village wastewater treatment plant that unincorporated county residents may be allowed to use at the discretion of the Sewer Authority Board at rates set by that board, which will be totally controlled by the two towns. I might add that this plant will be physically located not in either of the towns, but in unincorporated San Miguel County. This is a really uncomfortable position for the county to be in, as it puts us in an even more difficult position than we are in today. The current sewer plant is controlled by the town of Telluride, which has the course of owning the plant, used access to wastewater treatment as leverage to weigh in on development in the unincorporated county. Now that control and that influence over decisions in the county will be held by both towns, as will, again, decisions about who will be served by the new plant and at what cost. Anything to add or clarify from county staff or the commissioners before we turn it over to the towns?
Just as an additional point of clarification, separate from this, we are engaged in a memorandum of understanding with the Alexander family in Mountain Village. And as a part of that, we've been asked to give up certain rights of way, vacate certain property that the Alexanders have requested. And so we've come to a tentative agreement on what that looks like through the MOU. And subsequent to that, I believe Commissioner Brown, you proffered the idea, or I might have, of an intergovernmental agreement with the towns on those 4 key aspects. And I just wanted to make sure that it was understood that the offer, the financial contribution offer, was related to the seat, and the request for the IGA was in no way associated with the land use processes that will occur, but more along the lines of if we're to give up land, we want to make sure that there's some certainty that we're benefiting the unincorporated county users as well as those in the towns.
Thank you, Mike. The IGA idea was actually proposed by one of the towns in one of our conversations.
That's correct.
That was a great idea, so we ran with it. And I think it's important to say that some people may feel like the idea of giving up some right-of-ways or portions of our right-of-ways on the Alexander, what you all are calling the remainder parcel, seems like no big deal. We can still drive through there. People can still get to Bill Creek. We'll have emergency egress from Ilium Valley. Our concern is down the road, no pun intended, when the current Ilium Valley intersection will no longer meet standards given the possible additional development in that valley. And we know already that a roundabout won't fit there. And so the county have been thinking, okay, well, when it gets really big, we'll just shift it down to 63.5 to an area more appropriate for a real good intersection. And we, by giving up those rights of way or giving up that future option, which, you know, for those of us sitting at the table, it's fine. But for people who need to get in and out of that intersection in 20 years, it's not fine. It's maybe not safe and not easy. So that is not a financial give, but it is a future planning give that is really weighing heavily on us. So are we ready to hear from the towns, or?
I am. I think you summed up everything where we are quite well, where we are and where we're going to go from here. And I just want to say thanks to everybody for being in the room, and I'm really willing to have this conversation today, and hopefully just move forward in a positive way that was amicable for everyone.
Thank you. All right. Who's running with it?
I guess I'll go ahead and get started. I'm Haley Carmer, one of the assistant town attorney for Mountain Village. I'm been primarily involved in the real estate side of things, so that's why I'm here kind of working with you all today. I think part of the discussion here, and I think what the towns want to make clear, is that a lot of these topics, the reason we can't make commitments on a lot of these is because of the timing. There's whether it's boundaries, rates, septage, anything like that, we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit. The authority itself is going to be a separate governmental entity that's created through a contract. It's a contract between the member jurisdictions that creates the authority. It's not like a special district that has set boundaries that are processed through an election and ultimately a court process. It's just through this IGA. And so that authority is the one that makes a lot of these decisions, and that just doesn't exist yet. And the work to get there happens once the authority is in existence, primarily with respect to rates. And rates are set through rate studies. And that's a process that the authority would go through once it comes to fruition. And when those rate studies happen is more tied to when we're getting ready to, when we understand what the cost is of the infrastructure in the plant that we're creating. And so while we do have preliminary costs on what we think that would be, they're preliminary for purposes of our diligence work on purchasing the property. So we have some rough numbers, but they are in no way finalized or to the degree they need to be to support a rate study. And as an authority, it's governed by the same laws that would apply to the towns, which with respect to rates means those rates are tied to cost of service. And that's what the rate study does. And so to commit on a maximum for quote unquote out of service area numbers is premature as well, because that gets back to the cost to serve those areas. And kind of to pivot a little bit onto the boundary piece, our initial, when we presented those boundaries on the 19th, that analysis was more to understand capacity. What is the gallon per day calculation that we needed to verify to make sure that our 5 acres works. And so that's not to say that those are boundaries to set in and out of district, but this is the potential capacity we're looking at serving, and does our 5 acres meet that? So there's still discussion on what the boundary, like how we even define boundary. Is it really a boundary, or is it just, service areas and capacity understandings of, we know we have to serve the member jurisdictions, that's X amount of capacity, and then we've got Y capacity after that. And so how does that work? And then that similarly relates to rates, because again, if cost is what the rates are trying to cover, the farther, each area that you're looking at serving will have different costs associated with it, same as what infrastructure is the authority going to own and maintain going forward. Where's that line of demarcation of what's the authorities and what's the customers? And those are all decisions that the authority makes. That's not something that's typically analyzed and decided by the members before the authority is in existence. That's something that happens when that authority is in place, and we are just not there yet. And so it's not to say that the doors are closed on talking about those things with the county. It's that we're putting the cart before the horse and getting there. So in the grand scheme of things of where we are, with the property, we would like to see these things happening in parallel, not tying a final decision on these items, which we just cannot commit to based on where we're at with the authority process, and it being separate from the towns themselves, to moving forward with the land use piece and working through this with the Alexanders, because if we don't have property, there's really no point in finalizing the authority to do anything, because it doesn't have what it needs to, provide its services. So our goal here is to keep these things and these conversations happening at the same time, but not hold up one despite the other, because we'll get nowhere. If we can't move forward with the land, then there's really no point in proceeding with any further discussions on the authority. So I think that's our true kind of crux of the matter here, is just making sure we're still talking about all of these things at the same time, and not holding up really a crucial piece for other things that we are really far off on making any final decisions on for the towns themselves or anyone else.
I don't know if you want to say anything, but always, I think is what I will always say something. I'll just kind of reiterate that piece. And I will also kind of agree with Mike and the public that we are having a great open conversation about this now. And the conversations have been a little muddled to get us to this point. So I think first and foremost, the value of this is to realign, re-engage, and make sure that we all have the same information. So I appreciate, what Mike put on the screen from the rates perspective, but again, premature. We all are concerned and have the responsibility to our constituents to make sure that whatever rates that we provide are reasonable and attainable for our community. So not only does Mountain Village feel that way, Telluride, but of course the county feels that way as well. And we understand that. But just like we have spent 4 years working through this authority document, and then we're here now, and it's great that the county is now more engaged and wanting to be part of those conversations. there's still a lot of time and due diligence that is needed in order to get us to that table. So again, I don't think the conversation or the point here is no, step back, county. It's more, please understand where we are in the timing of things, how we can make these decisions and commitments responsibly and respectfully, and let's work together on that.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I think pretty much everything's been said. I'll just reiterate with the map. I think there's been a lot of reliance on what the map says and doesn't say, but we're in due diligence on land. And our councils have asked us to do as much as we can, being fiscally responsible, to understand whether this land area is suitable for the regional wastewater treatment plant. And we've been working on that for probably about 3 years and understanding how we needed to pivot, because the work that we've done, which was a lot of expense and a lot of work on the existing site, we realized wasn't going to be feasible. And we talked about that at our last meeting. And when the county, and I appreciate your engagement now around this matter, and when at the staff level, there is no wastewater project manager here. So I hope you understand all the work that we've done is at the staff level to try to set us up for success, so that when the authority is formed and operational, we've done a lot of that work so that it's a little bit easier with that next step. And so we were always recognizing that this is potentially a wastewater treatment plant in the county, and it's a regional wastewater treatment plant. And that from an environmental perspective, I understand the carbon footprint perspective and other perspectives. It seemed to be the highest and best use of a potential regional wastewater treatment plant to serve obviously our existing towns, and also the various unincorporated existing subdivisions in San Miguel County that may have problems with CDPHE in the future. That includes these individual septage sites. It also includes these package plant areas. So from my perspective, we're being thoughtful around including what we thought could want to be within the area. I understand the bigger concerns, like there could be somebody else. And to Haley's point, there could be another subdivision or developer. It wouldn't be the county necessarily unless you had a project. It'd be a developer that would come to the authority and say, we would like service. We figured out how that can happen. You know, can we have this contract, which is what happens today. So also septage, and we have had conversations with the county, primarily Jared, who had great experience from Durango. Do we love it? No. Does it add a lot of expense to a future site? Yes. Do we think we still need it? Yes. Because of being a resort community and understanding that we have package plants and Forest Service lands and individual septics. So I feel like there's maybe a certain level of mistrust around this, but I'm here to tell you that we know it's in the county and we know it's a regional wastewater treatment plant. We also know that we don't want to condemn people's lands in order to solve a problem that nobody else created. We're here. We feel like this is an opportunity and a solution for us to all work together. And we have land under area under contract. For us, I think I've stated this before, we want to plan a 10-year horizon on capital improvements into the existing plant, which are a lot. It's a lot of money. It's millions of dollars every year. Our two towns have been paying on that since, you know, the late 80s and continue to fund those operations and billing and all of that. So all of the easy things are done in our region, I think, and this is a complex thing, and I really hope that we can all come together in this. I want your questions to be answered. We want your questions to be answered. And we've also worked really hard together for many, many months and years to even get to this place, which I hope you recognize between our two towns, that we do have a global problem to solve. And we feel like we are in earnest doing the best that we can at doing that. And we feel like we've made a lot of progress and we want to continue to make that progress. And I hope we can continue to get there by answering your questions today. Thank you.
Okay. I do have a couple of questions. I guess the fundamental one is if you do envision this as a regional wastewater treatment plant, why isn't the county at the table?
Kayla, do you want to answer that?
Well, I think, I think these two can maybe speak more to the history of how we got to where we are at currently with the authority, but ultimately, the jurisdictions that make up the members of the authority, not necessarily who the authority serves, but who is a member of the authority, has a lot to do with what the authority does. And in this case, it's wastewater. And that's what the towns are authorized to do, is provide wastewater services. So that's part of it. And they're already doing that. Also, the tax base of those towns is supported, the costs that are going to be invested up front in the authority to get it off the ground. Ultimately, someday, hopefully the authority can function purely on the rates and fees that it charges, but it's going to take a long time to get there. And that capital investment to start is from the tax base of the two jurisdictions, the towns. And then relatedly, I know that the governance piece has been hard even for the towns to get to an point of agreement on. It's been, what, 2 years-ish? So that, and, that conversation started based on, the current operation of the plant. So that has led us to where we are now. And, all of those things combined have led us to where we are. And I don't even know if we're finally in agreement on the governance piece. So that's what I have to add, at least as far as where we're at now and why that's kind of been the focus up to this point.
Okay, so I just need to clarify. So I've heard loud and clear from the towns we have, that one of the reasons that we aren't at the table right now is because we don't have the cash to put up the way you do. So that I understand that point of view. And I've had discussions with various people about this, about how, I don't think that we will ever be able to achieve a fair investment. We just have, so many additional responsibilities, 1,280 square miles of land that we have to service, and thousands of people that we care for, as well as your communities. And we don't have the same tax base. We don't have a real estate transfer tax. We just are in a very different financial position. And so to think that this is all coming down to money is like, we will never get there. And so I think I would like to just think that if you really wanted to serve the county, as you say you do, that would be something that we could not set aside, but just not expect that we would ever come up with $30 million or $20 million. It's impossible. So that's where we are right now on the money thing. But I wasn't quite clear, Haley, on your first point about how the members of the authority are driven by who provides the service. So can you clarify that a little bit for me? So
Yes.
That's who provides the service now, but
Correct.
we are willing to be members of the authority and help with the effort of providing that service. So I don't understand why, just because it's right now, why that will forever be.
Well, the cities are authorized by law to provide wastewater services, and they have I'm not sure, are both enterprises on that or not. So that's the way we're functioning right now, is we have the background and the knowledge of providing those services, and that helps it function. And so when you've got members of the authority that are used to providing that service, that's the reason why it's been structured that way so far. So it's the experience on that side of things, in addition to what we've already talked about. So I think that was the initial thought, was, that's who owns the current plant. Right now, it's those two jurisdictions. These jurisdictions are authorized and expected to provide that service. That's what the towns do versus the county. So that's, again, why that would be the focus of the membership and the makeup of the authority.
Yeah, and maybe your staff's done some research, but it's not typical for counties to own a utility. And the purpose of our towns is to provide services. And as you've all pointed out, because we've been in multiple master planning processes in this whole region, unincorporated counties are growing at an exponential rate compared to our towns. And it's not just San Miguel County, it's the counties that surround Ridgeway, for example, as well. That puts an extra burden on the towns to provide services like our medical facilities, our schools, our transportation, and groceries and all of those things. So we all have to be extremely thoughtful around one, what can be, what maximum volume can we put on this particular site? And then be thoughtful around, from an environmental perspective, and this is my opinion, picking up those that want to join within unincorporated San Miguel County. And then the rest of the potential growth needs to be coordinated. And many areas do this because they find themselves in this similar situation. Because if we are all doing this and most of the growth is in the county and connected to sewer, then how are we going to pick up the additional services that are happening, whether it's additional cars, whether it's more kids in the school, whether that we need more medical facilities. So this isn't necessarily like an answer, but I'm just telling you, there's a function of towns and there's a function of counties, and they're different. And we need to focus growth in towns, and we've done a fair amount of growth, which maybe is typical. I'm not really sure. I've just been here like for almost my whole adult life, with these kind of unincorporated subdivisions. So like, and I think our community might worry if they see the regional wastewater treatment plant as like unbridled growth. So like, let's balance the environmental pieces, the pressures on our towns, and the needs of whatever else we're talking about, which is unincorporated San Miguel County.
I think it's interesting that you mentioned as 3 examples of services that the town is responsible for: schools, transportation, and medical services, because perhaps ironically, those are all East and regional taxing districts. They are not town. Every person who lives within the R1 school district is paying for serving on those boards. So I'm not entirely sure. I do understand that cities traditionally provide sewer treatment, and I didn't realize it was by statute. Is it true that counties can't do that, or just that they? No, that it's
just not explicit.
okay. So I think that would be something, I don't think there's a prohibition for counties being involved, but interestingly, those services that you're talking about, and I would add the library and the fire protection district, I mean, virtually all of the key services that are provided by other taxing jurisdictions are provided and governed and taxed at a regional level. So for the wastewater treatment plant to be, for some reason, treated differently than that is a further kind of conundrum that just occurred to me. But I don't want to, yeah, please, Galena.
Oh, well, Zoe, go ahead. 'cause
No,
you're
I
speaking
just,
to that point
I
directly.
want to kind of set the table here because I kind of can see where this conversation might be going on some of these questions. And I want to be very careful with the public process that obviously, and again, to Mike's point, we are staff and we are here to represent, again, historical information of the timing of things. But when you ask pointed questions of why can't you do this, or things that our elected bodies would have the decision-making power to do, in no way would be able to answer those questions.
Okay.
So I just want to be careful in us navigating that as well and putting us on the spot when we actually need to take the time to take some of those questions back to our board.
That's fair. And I think that this is meant to be an information sharing, and that we would intend, as you know, to go in executive session to discuss it. So yeah, keep calling me out if I go over that, and anybody else, please.
Yeah, I also hear and respect that. So thank you. My question was about history, and if you can just kind of enlighten us all how we got here, and being a new commissioner, right, understanding if there was any conversations with the county as far as having discussions about this potential future regional wastewater treatment plant, and has there been opportunity to have communication and collaboration, and if not, why or what happened there, so we can just understand how we got here today.
I think we can all jump in, Mike included. Yeah. And I think, again, we always have fog in the rearview mirror, so we'll do our best to answer that question. But it's my understanding, and literally anyone jump in, that the county was approached at one point to discuss being part of an authority, but because of the necessary applications and process, that there might have been felt some sort of conflict, so we did not include the county. But again, if I'm mistaken on that.
That's correct.
Yeah, they declined. Okay.
Okay, I just think the
Yep.
public is
Yep.
curious about this, right? So,
Yeah. But obviously we're here at a different place now, which
Mhm.
is fine. We still are within negotiations of this authority, but again, some of the real purpose here is just re-educating of what the due diligence is needed to make those decisions, for all of our constituents in the best way possible. Did that answer enough of your question? Okay.
yeah, so
I was also going to ask that same question because during my time, I don't recall any invitation. I was just texting Amy Markwell, our former county attorney, to see if maybe that communication came to her, but I know it didn't come to me.
Okay.
And I know that 2 years ago, I was invited to the green room to start talking about the renovation of the existing wastewater treatment plant. And shortly thereafter, Jared came on board and we were both attending those. And then those kind of stopped and I didn't know where it went until the new property was brought forth.
And I can share, we were thinking about other sites. I think on a staff to staff level, we asked if maybe the wastewater treatment plant site could be put on the county parcel next to the CDOT shop. That didn't really go anywhere. We have informally talked about septage. That didn't really go anywhere. Like maybe septage could be on a county parcel along the wastewater line. I think that we've invited Jared to a number of our meetings, including the MGD meetings. And we have one coming up that Jared has also been invited to. And as it relates, and we also, and the county was at the IG meeting when we discussed, or it was some kind of a meeting. Maybe it was, I remember it was at the green room, when we were first talking about maybe an alternative site on our housing parcel in Allium. But ultimately, the terrain, there were too many big questions around the terrain and around the size and around the infrastructure cost to put it on that site. It's preferred to have a greenfield site, which now I realize is very rare to build a wastewater treatment plant on vacant land. So we just started brainstorming more around more suitable site next to the river that's flat. And this was honestly a Hail Mary move. I didn't know that it would go anywhere and then it gained some traction and obviously got a lot more complicated. I can't even say the word over time. But we're here and we feel like the site is a good one. So in any case, it never occurred to me, and I don't own this whole thing. This is ultimately up to our electeds. It never occurred to me that the county expected anything more than a tap fee and extraterritorial rates. And that I thought we were doing the region a favor by saying, I think we can expand the boundary beyond our current regional boundary, which is not just the two towns. It includes El Tesoro, it includes Lawson Hill, and I think there are two other extraterritorial members. But I kind of thought, well, it's just going to be the same. I mean, maybe foolishly, it'll just be the same. So all of this, we've had to kind of quickly kind of study up on this phase 2 of rates and boundaries and all of these things, which we're not really prepared to talk with you about because it's not our level of expertise. Our role has been, can we build it here? What do we need to do next? And so it feels, a little challenging. And I think we've expressed that to you. To have these further conversations at this point.
And I think that's helpful, and I'll just add this historical context as well, that the IG discussion started when we did think that it was going to be on the current site. So this process of negotiation has been a long time coming and even shifted into this new potential. So again, to Michelle's point, I think we were still just operating in the operations that we were accustomed to up until this point, because not much was changing at that point. But we have so much more potential and opportunity given this new site that brings us to even more potential and opportunities in these conversations as well.
I have one other thing I wanted to just clarify with Haley. You were in the very beginning saying that it would be impossible to set rates because that needs to be done once costs are understood and a rate study is completed. We totally understand that. We're not asking, again, I said in my opening statement that you would set rates.
Right.
We are asking for some agreement about what the proportional rates would be.
Right.
Is
And-
that clear?
Yeah, and to that point, I'm sorry, I
Okay.
wasn't clear in how, and I responding to that. So capping, so that also ties to this boundary concept too, where there's a potential that there aren't technically boundaries like you'd see with a special district. It's, we know we have an initial service area, which is what, the towns, because that's what's currently being served by our existing plant. From there, it could be more of just an issue of proximity, or, we know we have X capacity, and so we know we have X capacity filled with existing use. And after that, we have Y capacity left. And so what happens, what rate you pay depends potentially on where you're connecting from, or where our line of demarcation is as to what the authority owns with respect to infrastructure. So it's not so much in versus out of territory. It's more a concept of what's the authority's infrastructure and what's not, where are you connecting from, what's our capacity? And those are all questions we don't know the answer to. And so there may not even be this concept of you're out of territory, so you pay an extra 25%. It's understanding what the cost is to serve where you're coming from. And we can't say today, we're going to cap that, because we just don't know what it is. And so the cap ties directly to rates and cost of service. And those are answers and analyses that we haven't and can't answer for you in the next 2 weeks or a month or maybe 3 months.
Okay, I mean, again, we're not looking for specifics. We're looking for general reassurances that might be in writing.
Right. And I think, to get to the point on something in writing too, that's what the authority does. That's the authority is the one who makes who contracts for rates and what they'll serve and this, that, and the other thing. And that's not something, the towns are not the authority. They're the towns. And so something that they might agree to, or they just can't bind the authority because it's going to be its own entity that doesn't exist. But having these initial conversations and working through these issues will help guide where that goes. And also, to the extent we're talking about rates, again, how the rates are set is, there's law behind that of it has to be tailored, and there's a rate study, and it's supported by what that study says. And that study will be done by an independent company, an engineering firm.
We are
It's not.
familiar with that, yeah.
So
We've seen
that's not to say that the towns aren't going to be the one, or the authority rather, isn't the one dictating what that rate study says. So there's plenty of, and again, it's its own governmental entity that's subject to open meetings laws and CORA and all of those things. So there is transparency built into that itself. So this broader commitment of some sort of threshold of a maximum percent above what in jurisdiction pays, just that concept of in versus out of service territory is still a concept that doesn't really exist yet, because it may not be that black and white like it is now. It's different now than it would be under an authority. So that's why it's hard to give you that definitive answer, because of that structural.
But if you set up
question.
a sewer authority and that sewer authority has existing service areas.
Right.
How is that different, like in reality, like practically from boundaries? Like you will have a map or some description of the land mass that is served. So is this just semantics?
So I think it's different in the sense of, if you have a boundary, it's if you're on this side of the boundary, you get served. If you're on this side of the boundary, you don't get served, or you have to pay more to get served. It's more, we have this capacity, and if you want to connect from Placerville and we have capacity, we want to fill that capacity, but the cost to do that might be different because of how far you're coming and the additional infrastructure needed to do that. So it doesn't function. So we know exactly what we're serving now, and that's obviously what we're committed to serving, or what the authority is going to commit to serve. But beyond that, we don't know where that additional capacity is going to come from. And it's not so much where you're coming from, it's as to whether you or not you get served. That's not the distinction. It's just what the cost is of serving where you want to connect from. If that makes sense.
Okay, I mean, I think we actually initially started this conversation among the lay elected people talking about capacity and wanted assurances that the capacity that you're planning for would be sufficient to serve the expected growth in this geographic region that was depicted in the maps of March 19th. And then through our conversations, again, lay people, maybe we ended up using the wrong terms, but perhaps, that would be one point that we could discuss, is just an assurance that the capacity would be sufficient, that you're planning to serve the regions that we're speaking of and the septage. Maybe that's an easier, more appropriate conversation to have.
And I can share with you that we have asked SGM to do that capacity study for us, that which is the delta between the 2017 master plan. That's in process. We intended as the towns to discuss like where those preliminary numbers land. You know, because you've got your study numbers, which have much higher volumes per, you know, home versus your actual numbers. And then kind of, so we've asked like the experts to do that work that's kind of preliminarily based on those maps. Like the maps really were just, gosh, do we have the capacity? What, you know, what is the, we knew a lot of the existing capacities for these sort of outlying areas. So that's in process is what I'm trying to tell you. And that we haven't even had a chance to look at that together. But one really critical piece of information for the region to understand too is I don't really think it's going to come down to capacity. It's really the technology that's needed. Because we're not at capacity at our current site. We just don't have the technology to deal with things. And then you introduce septage, you know, and that needs to be treated at a higher level with more expense as well. So, you know, like making a very broad statement, it's really just the technology that we ultimately need. And the capacity is, our numbers are, nobody uses what those study numbers are per home. So we feel like there's a fair amount of wiggle room in that. Again, broad statement, not to be quoted in the newspaper. And honestly, you sort of took us off guard because, you know, I don't know anybody ever, you must not have done enough regional wastewater sidewalks. Nobody ever says they actually want to own and operate a wastewater treatment plant. Or like, I'm in, why am I missing out on this? Like, it's a lot of hard work.
I can speak to that. I mean, we just felt that if you were going to serve our region, that it was our responsibility to participate. And that's why we offered to be on that board. I agree, like who wants to do that? But, and we're willing to
diminish anybody who actually does the
right. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, it's important work.
It's important work. We rely on it many times a day. However, I mean that we are fine stepping back from being part, you know, on the board and putting in capital. And yet we aren't yet fine with just the trust us and you will be, you know, we will offer you service and it will be a fair rate. Yes, we trust you, right? We're all sitting here. We are friends. We've had drinks together. You know, all that. And yet it's not about us. It's about the future of the community down the road. And we want to avoid lawsuits and misunderstandings by getting this buttoned up before we go too much further, so that we can have the assurance and the public can have the assurance that they will be served at a fair rate. I wanted to ask about the legality of the towns agreeing to what might go into forming the sewer authority. Because Maura, we asked you to look into that and whether there's anything that prohibits the towns from making these assurances in writing and then not being carried over to the sewer authority if in fact the sewer authority is only made up of the two towns. And Maura, can you speak to that now?
Well, I haven't been able to find anything that expressly would prohibit that, so I'm curious to hear from Haley maybe about like what is the rationale for it not being legally permissible for the towns to enter into an agreement with the county that would bind their future agreement for the sewer authority. Because I understand the sewer authority has whatever powers that are delegated to it in that agreement. But if the towns have separately entered into an agreement with the county, how that would not be lawfully binding on towns as they pursue sewer authority.
So I think it depends on what topic you're talking about. If you're talking about rates or, you know, those maximum, again, I think we're getting outside of what will ultimately happen. But if we're talking about, you know, no more than 125% of interest or in service versus out of service, that is we can't, that's not something that we can agree to because we don't know the answer based on the rate studies. The rate studies happen later. So that's not something you would ever put in an IGA creating an authority. That because that's set once the authority exists and does the technical work to understand what it's providing and the costs of what it's providing so that it can then set rates to cover those costs. That's how it would work. So that concept just wouldn't be part of an IGA. It wouldn't be appropriate, and we don't have the information to do that for you, right? For as part of the authority document. The boundary concept that could work into the IGA that creates the authority, but again, we're talking more about I think what we're hearing through this conversation is more of a capacity question. And the capacity question will similarly be dictated by things that happen after the authority exists, when we know the cost of the plant, the cost of operating it and constructing it, and where the authority wants to draw the line of what it owns and what it's going to assume as far as existing infrastructure. So those again are concepts that can't be determined before the authority exists. So we can't, as the town, bind the authority to commit to something because the information needed to make that decision happens later.
Well, one thing to simplify it all would be that you could commit, and we're not asking for this, but you could commit that everybody served would have the same rates. You could commit to that if you wanted to.
I don't know that we could.
Why is that?
I think because of the rate study that contemplates where you are and what infrastructure is needed to serve you. So the cost to provide service to somebody in Telluride versus a part of unincorporated county that's farther away will change. So the cost to serve is different depending on where you are in the district or in the service area.
I mean, as I understand it, though, if there was, let's say, a new development that wanted to come in line, they would pay for that infrastructure, that the said development would pay for that infrastructure to tap in, as it were. So that technically shouldn't really be included in like future rates for that development once they're part of the plant and being served by it.
So to some extent, that's correct. But again, that depends on what the authority decides it's going to own and maintain and operate. So a developer that's close by might be within the geographical scope of that's something that the authority, the main line that connects is what the authority owns and operates. So that way that is a cost going forward. Maybe the initial infrastructure implementation is paid by the developer. That's typical, but it's the future operation and maintenance that also goes into the rate setting piece. So those are all the puzzle pieces that go into a rate study of understanding what are we ultimately, well, first of all, in this case, we have to know the cost to build the plant and any additional infrastructure, the cost to replace existing infrastructure that the authority is going to take over. And then when you're looking at what the authority is ultimately going to own and operate for new development, where we draw that line of what's authority versus private, that goes into the concept of rate setting too. So those are all pieces that that again happen at a different step in this process that we're just not at right now. And so to commit before that would be just premature, and we don't have the information to do that. That's what
I would assume that there are certain sewer authorities with geographic areas much larger than the area we're talking about, or at least as large. Do they charge different rates to people within the sewer authority depending on their distance from the wastewater treatment plant?
I don't know the answer to that.
And it just depends. I mean, a district is different than an authority.
Does the town of Durango, I know you've been involved with that, do they charge different rates depending on how far away people are?
Not in town. Extraterritorially, there was a differential rate that we calculated based on a rate study. And I think one of the things that I wanted to mention is that there are so many permutations, and I think this is Haley's point, that we cannot make any commitments based on any of those permutations. So really, we need to kind of switch our minds to philosophy. And, I think as Haley mentioned, we can't set upward bounds of what an external rate can be. But at the same coin, we can't set lower bounds either. And we can't say, well, we're going to start with that existing 1.25 that exists for everybody today. Again, the door swings both ways in this exercise potentially. And so I I think that maybe getting this conversation more to what is the philosophy of this authority going to be? And can they commit to, you know, again, we could draw a big circle and say everybody within that circle will pay the same rate. That is an acceptable fee approach. It's not the fairest approach, right? And so that's where we start to slice through shades of gray. Do we draw 2 circles? Do we draw 3? Right? That's the philosophy we have to get to. And I think that's what, at least in my experience, I've been doing this here for a couple of years now, and I really appreciate the partnerships we do have and getting invited to the meetings. I do think there was a scenario in the last couple of years when we were still talking about the current plant site. And we as a county said, cool, like, thanks for including us, right? That's how I felt, because I was like a month in, right? But then it quickly kind of changed, and there was a new big idea, which is great. And we as a county, we kind of had hesitance. We're like, wait, we're going to have land use process with this. Maybe we should pump the brakes. And it sounds like that pump the brakes was taken as, we don't want to participate, and I don't think that was the intention either, right? So I want to at least maybe, I get where Haley's going on, we can't make black and white firm commitments. But I think what the county's looking for, and I would ask my commissioners this, is, can we commit to a philosophy where we get some say in drawing the circles and trying to help decide, how differentially we build this thing? Because we can draw one big circle and I'm pretty sure it would pass muster, but it wouldn't be the fairest way. But if we slice every single neighborhood up, as you can do, any engineer will get paid handsomely to do that business, right? Everybody has differential rates. It's confusing. It's hard to administer, so on and so forth. So we've got to, what I'm hoping we can start to angle on is, can we get to a philosophy to get some assurance at the county that we can move ahead and we are being heard, but also give the towns the comfort that, they can still do the business they need.
Thank you, Jared. I think you actually summarized what I was going to try to say, but I'm going to re-emphasize it in a little different way. I'll open, Michelle, by saying thank you. I respect all the work that both you and all the other members of staff have been doing. And I think that it's clear, because we're all sitting here together, that we are in favor of this project. We want to figure it out. So we share that common goal. Haley, I think that you said it really well from your perspective when you said there is no authority, and so we can't make any final decisions. The trouble is that you're asking us to make a final decision without having any feeling of either autonomy, involvement, or with any future assurance that it is going to work out the way we all want it to. And so that means fair, that means equitable, and there's a lot of questions. Jared brought up some of the big ones there with rates and with scope of authority, scope of service. You can't answer those. We don't expect you to, but what we do need to do, and it may take great minds working together after this meeting to figure it out, is come out in a place where we feel confident that no matter who's at the table on the sewer authority down the road, that that all ratepayers will be treated fairly and equitably, whatever that means, and we don't know yet, and that the county will not end up being pushed aside because we don't have a seat or a voice at the sewer authority table. We've kind of talked through why that is. It makes sense, but it doesn't help us thinking about the future or about the setting up of the sewer authority to feel powerless and yet know that we're going to be involved. A particular concern for me is the deed restricted properties that are already on the system in Lawson Hill. And I don't know if this is true, but I'm curious if maybe Zoe can help me. Is it true that deed restricted properties in town receive a percentage break on their treatment fees,
The wastewater fees.
on the wastewater fees?
I think that's
I can answer that actually.
Yeah.
if That's helpful.
Think.
I have your wastewater
Okay.
rates from your budget in front of me, and there's a 25.36% discount for deed restricted properties in the town of Telluride. It does reference Mountain Village's 2022 water rate exhibit, that there's a differential, but it doesn't specify what that is, and that one I could not say what it was.
Now and tap.
And then I also noticed like there are certain jobs or classifications where there is no charge.
Well,
Yeah,
that's on
that
historical
job.
battle or conversation.
yeah.
Just to stay out of the actual weeds there, but to stay at a philosophical level, I'd like a future
Yep.
philosophical understanding that is written down to include a nod to equity between deed restricted housing and deed restricted housing within the unincorporated county. That feels right to me. I think that we, and Zoe, I heard you say this and it follows my line of thinking. We are going to have to rely on the rate study. We're going to have to rely on the wisdom of sewer authority board members, and we're going to rely quite a bit on the amount that our users are willing to pay. And that trio, if you will, that three-legged stool will dictate what amounts are possible and what amounts are reasonable. And I'm willing to trust that. What I'm fighting for right now, what I'm asking for at least, is for the deed restricted members of the community that are not on a fixed income necessarily, but are at a lower economic level, to have some assurance that they'll be treated equally and that they'll be able to continue to make the payments, because they're going to go up. We all know that at some level. But if they go up at even the lowest rates that Mike presented, that's going to be a deal breaker for a lot of my friends and neighbors out in Lawson Hill. And I think that there's going to be pain across the district, no matter how we divide it. But I'm very, very concerned that we don't burden our deed restricted community to the point where they're unable to pay their bills. Thank you. And I don't know how to get to the answer. There's smarter minds in the room than mine that can somehow achieve this balance of, we can't write everything down, but yet we need to write something down. And it has to feel binding enough that we're all comfortable.
And I'll maybe leave it to you guys to do some next steps. It sounds like you're going into an executive session to discuss this a little bit further. I do request maybe following Jared's recommendation on the philosophy, just as like you mentioned right there as a philosophy point that we can then bring back to our councils. Again, the decision makers that we answer to. I know the town of Telluride's next one would be, I think it's June 1st, to go over those points to get us to that piece. I think, again, when we were coming here more specifically was a lot of those asks. I think we've gotten to a point of where we need to have this conversation lead within the timing of this process. So I think we kind of move forward in that direction, unless anyone disagrees. We keep talking about, Mike started this conversation out of reassuring the MOU is separate from this conversation, but it feels like in some of the discussion points that you're making, that's not separate from the conversation and it is tied to that balance. So I am curious, as I'm not part of the MOU and that's more of Mountain Village, if the timing of these discussions and the bureaucracy involved and getting all the decision makers and meets the timing necessary for us to be successful in the wastewater treatment plant and what we need to do to move forward.
I
If
think
it's not
that's-
indeed separate.
I think we need to have that conversation in executive session, whether yes is the right answer for how we were proposed this previously, the simultaneously signing of the MOU and the IGA. So we need to decide whether we still feel strongly about that. So that's the answer to that question. Can we clarify the timing? I mean, I know we have on our agenda, first on Mountain Village agenda for tomorrow to sign the MOU and ours for next Wednesday. Is that, and I don't know how firm those dates are in terms of meeting the agreement you have with the Alexanders, which, you know, we are all want to try to, you know, stick to that. Can you help us? Maybe our staff already knows that, but what is your, can you help us with that, Michelle?
I can take that one. So, excuse me, our current due diligence, our current study period termination deadline is June 30th. So after that, we have to enter into some extensions of that period to keep the, you know, ability for the town to get out of the contract if we don't get subdivision approval. And we cannot purchase the property unless it's subdivided. That would be an illegal subdivision. So this is a crucial element of the transaction. So it obviously, we need to give it time to run through the county's process and understanding how, you know, the timeline for that piece. So it is pretty critical in our mind that we are able to get that application submitted as soon as possible to keep on track with that.
And I'm sorry, we don't have our planners here, but if, so you have to make a decision moving forward or not by June 30th.
By June 30th, if we don't have approvals, we would have to extend our diligence
Sure.
period.
Okay. So let's say that's our goal, right? Is June 30th.
Right.
Do we know, or can someone tell us how long we need to go through the approval process? Like, honestly, we don't want it happening on June 30th, but if we wanted to give ourselves a little wiggle room, I mean, is it a month, 2 months, 6 weeks, 3 days? I'm sorry, Kay's not here. Is she?
I mean, it's one step for a subdivision exemption
Okay.
plat.
Oh, yeah, maybe
But
Galena
then
knows.
the county has asked us to bring through the right-of-way vacation of that little
Mhm.
63.7, which is a two-step. And we haven't really discussed whether those need to be concurrent or like whatever the timing on those are. And also, I think right now the MOU negotiations that have been going on for maybe 9 months between the Alexanders and the county didn't really contemplate that MOU or that there's sewer authority discussions that are tied into that, so that land use application is now tied into these other discussions. So I don't know, I guess maybe you should talk about whether that MOU needs to be amended, because it doesn't seem like we're gonna be able to submit a land use application.
I
anytime
thought the
soon.
MOU started in February. Wasn't that when we first got?
Waited 7 months in response.
But we
So
got the-
started and then we waited, and then in the last 2 months, we've been going back.
Yeah,
and
it's
forth.
February was when we first got a proposal in writing. So it's been February, March, April, 3 months, not 9.
Yeah, we've been like doing site walks and lots of things, and I understand it's complicated, like this potential subdivision exemption plat clarifies a lot of things for the county. Clears a lot of things for the Alexanders on future uses and land uses, and they are essentially giving a 2-acre parcel for an intersection improvement that you otherwise would need, the county would otherwise need to condemn or negotiate for fee. So there are some, despite some representations that there's nothing happening, there's a lot that's happening as part of that application.
Oh, yeah.
That I think we recognize in that.
Of course.
But yeah.
Yeah, I think ultimately though, just to get back to the timing piece.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it is one step, as Michelle said, but that doesn't account for, you know, staff time ahead, lead
Sure.
time up. So that would be the other component is, and that I can't speak to, but that's why we want to give it the time it needs. It is, you know, a relatively straightforward application, but that everyone's busy, I know, so don't want to.
Well, we would absolutely prioritize that. We've made that clear with our planning department and they understand that. What was I gonna say? I guess we just need to know from our staff, and maybe we could get this sorted out either at the beginning of or during the executive session, really what that time is, because I personally, and I really would hope that we could stay on track. That's our goal. And yet it doesn't sound like we can necessarily sign the MOU. We'll see after this executive session. But because as Lance said, you know, we're being asked to make a final decision, and that's all we have. That's all we have.
But to be
right?
clear, there is no application yet. We haven't submitted an application to you.
And I think the way we're looking at the MOU is obviously that's the first step in taking us down the subdivision path, because obviously that subdivision application includes the county right of way. But ultimately, the subdivision and the transfer and all of that won't be final until we close. So there is time between now and then, obviously the commitment, and that MOU does have some language that it's contingent on us closing. So, you know, it's not I understand that sets in motion something that could be finite, but the finality of the whole transaction contemplated in the MOU is still a while out because it won't go into effect and we won't record the plat and do all of those the finalizing of the transactions until we close. And that is contemplated in the MOU. So there's, but I see your point of it's a commitment down a path that we hope and expect will ultimately be final, but there is still time between the finality of that decision and now.
Okay, I'm still hung up, sorry, a little bit. Thank you, Haley, for that. On the, how an IGA couldn't be binding. Because are you guys working on an IGA Mountain Village with the Ilium Valley?
Can I clarify, just to be very clear?
Oh, yeah,
Is
sorry.
our statement of the IGA can't be binding? Your point more or less is just that we don't have, it's not appropriate to be binding on some of the points she's asking for, not the holistic idea of an IGA couldn't be binding.
Okay, that's
So,
reassuring.
Right, I think
Yeah.
we're.
Thank you.
And I think that, that IGA was presented as what the county hopes to ask for on behalf of representing our constituents. And I will just straight say the contribution of our constituents to the regional economy within the municipalities of the town of Telluride and Mountain Village. These are negotiations, right? So it's a point where we can, I think based on this really good conversation, can move forward potentially with working something out that we feel comfortable with, that our constituents are represented with, and we can go from here. But the fact that it is binding or non-binding, like that's good clarification for all of us.
Right. And obviously there's lots of intergovernmental agreement types, one obviously being an IGA specifically. But we can also look at MOUs if that's something that feels comfortable but more immediate in a certain sense. And anyway, I just want to open the table to a lot of different documentation that we can continue to build this trust. And believe me, again, I'll take another historic step back. The town of Mountain Village had to work through a lot of things to get to this point. The town of Telluride has operated the wastewater treatment plant for many years. And while Mountain Village paid into it for a certain amount and owns a very small portion, it was mainly a town of Telluride asset. And we had to build that trust and relationship to get to this point, and we will continue to do that with the county. But holistically, I think this project is good for all of us to come to the table and grow as the intergovernmental partners that we are, but it's taking a lot of time and it's hard to do so in that trust aspect. So anyway.
And to answer your question, Anne, in Ilium, we think it makes more sense to have shared water and sewer services, but right now those are executed by MOUs. That's just like the broad, we generally agree to work in this direction on this thing, but in the MOUs, it talks about needing to formalize an agreement down the road.
Okay, so then maybe an MOU does make more sense. I misunderstood what they
Aspirational,
were.
and probably would be easier to get there with an MOU because we have so many unknowns that Haley has pointed out, and to Zoe's point as well.
Okay, we'll talk about that with our staff too. That's good to know. So, but I guess my question is, what kind of things are you laying out with the Ilium Valley Homeowners Association? And maybe we could use that as a template for the county, if that's,
Yeah, and I mean, it could just be talked about differently, but right now we have like these bigger placeholders and volume in our conversations with Jared. And I don't think not any of us intended to leave anybody out, but we've just been working through a bunch of stuff at the staff level in preparation of hiring the real people that do the real work. And so we had placeholders for MGDs, for county, even though we don't really know exactly what those developments are. But Jared was like, well, we think this could be coming down the road and this could be coming down the road. So we already have, some space in there for the county. I just think we need to reframe by utilizing our experts with that language so that you could get comfortable with it.
that's great. And I just say that so far we've been making these suggestions and, writing the notes and making the requests. And I would just ask that maybe you guys, we could sit down together and you could come up with some ideas too about how to provide these reassurances. Because so far all we've really heard is no.
And I'm gonna keep bringing it back to Mike's point. I think we'll be able to be a lot more thoughtful and strategic and maybe get to a better place of alignment when, you know, staff and our electeds can kind of be on the same page, and we would be able to move that forward in a more productive and clear way.
Okay. Do we want, oh, Lance, hi.
On that topic, so how do we do that? Because it's really hard to have a joint meeting just from a timing perspective, much less from getting all the legal
I
notices
mean,
out.
timing is the other thing, but I think
You
to
have
your point,
thoughts?
I think staff can get together and work through some of these things and bring some suggestions. And then we can look at doing, I don't make any promises yet. The summer gets super busy, but I think we can look at a future path forward. I see your hand raised, Jared.
I was just gonna suggest at peril of the calendar. If the elected official conversations can happen at the same time and in the same place as the staff conversations, that way we are all hearing with both of our ears and speaking with one voice. I think that would be really productive, because I do feel like, you know, I've kind of sat in the office and said, did you hear about that, Mike? And Mike would tell me, yeah, I heard about that. And then Commissioner Brown, to your credit, you're bringing back your fantastic notes. And I'm like, but I didn't hear that, right? So I think to Mike's point about the telephone game, like if we can just conduct those meetings at one spot at one time, I think it will help us to coordinate a little bit more effectively.
Having a staff representative with a
board.
Well,
with a board
and
representative.
I'm not calling out anybody, but when staff sends their counterpart an email and then instead of a response, a phone call happens between an elected, that's I think the bigger problem. It either needs to stay electeds to electeds or staff to staff. And then that's how we do all other business. We go to all three commissioners, they give me direction in a public meeting, and then I come back
Right.
with here's where we're at.
And that's when we get to the timing aspect.
Exactly.
Definitely work on
That's-
that.
I don't think that's gonna work this time if we need to meet the June 30th deadline, if we want to, which I think we all do. So maybe we create, and I've said from the beginning, the county, this is our top priority right now. I can't think of anything else that is more pressing. And so I think we could make time, and I was thinking maybe like 1 or 2 staff and 1 elected, and we just start having these meetings, and if they have to be at 5:30 at night, whatever, we do it so that we can all get there.
Just had a great idea. We have an IGA meeting coming up, which would be a very helpful place to maybe have these conversations. So I think
Yes.
after your executive session, understanding the philosophy piece, staff can get together to come up with what's the most appropriate path forward, whether it's an MOU, outlining some of those philosophies, and then bringing back to the collective boards of that IGA for a thorough discussion and hopefully some firm direction.
That's a very good point. And just for the public listening, that's occurring next Monday. So
Is it next Monday?
right? Do I have that?
No, it's June 9th.
Oh, June 9th.
thank God.
Monday, June 9th.
That's
Never
kinda
mind,
late.
disregard that.
Next
That's,
Monday meeting was canceled, Galena, you were correct.
okay, thank you.
Because at the point of decision, we didn't have much on the agenda.
Yeah.
It's been shifted to June 9th. We
That's gonna be
try to recreate
tight.
that meeting and keep that date for an IGA with the towns of Norwood or Ophir or Sawpit on the invite list, but not expected to show up. Maybe we'd be able to expedite the schedule then. If Sawpit and Norwood wanted to come, we'd have to maybe have them sit in or call it something different. Call it a sewer IGA.
But June 9th won't meet June 30th.
No, that's why I'm saying. we have to-
But realistically, just, you know, in terms of an application, we haven't prepared our application because we don't have an MOU signed. So like, once an MOU, like, we're not gonna meet the June 30th deadline. Because we need certainty around an MOU, if it's acceptable or not, then we have to put the application together because our exhibits are premised on the MOU, and then we have public noticing and we need county review. And then it gets set, you know, at a public hearing. So, you know, I'm just being realistic with you. We're not there with the June 30th. We're not gonna get there. So
Unless you keep the original.
I mean, we've started the application.
It's not
we
done, but-
we just don't have like the.
Well,
There's some critical
exhibit.
pieces.
I
that
mean,
are
I think
tight.
I think based on today's conversation, I feel like we're really headed in a good direction, and I really thank Jared for moving that to, you know, suggesting this be a philosophical conversation or a philosophical agreement, if you will, which I don't think will be nearly as hard to write as as, you know, an IGA with all the, you know, very, very specific. So, I mean, I can't say right now until we come out of executive session that we're gonna sign the MOU without the second MOU. I mean, and I'm leaning towards not, but I do want you to know that you know, we expect this to happen. And so it's your call whether you want to move forward or not with getting your application materials together, but I wouldn't say, don't do that. You know, this is just one commissioner speaking. So. Anything else? Because we have members of the public who came to weigh in, people from unincorporated county. And they've been sitting here patiently for an hour and a half. I appreciate that. And I would, but is there anything else from this group?
I think I'll just make one more point, and I don't know if you want to too. It has taken us a long time to get here to this site that we've gone through the due diligence. It seems like it's going to work. It's going to work for the future of our community. A long time. And because of that, we have timelines we have to adhere to in order to continue to serve our community as we need to do. So, and I give everyone credit for all of the variations and all of the things that we are doing to give our community what it needs best. But we don't have forever to continue figuring that out. So I appreciate everyone coming to that table, balancing with this balancing act of expeditiousness, but also maintaining that responsibility and effectiveness that we need for the future.
Absolutely.
So keeping that and maintaining that throughout this process, I think is an important piece for all of us. So thank you.
So do we want to do an IGA in there? What do you say?
Well, as I said, this is our top priority, and we will lean in through this process. As you know, we've been very responsive, and we will continue to be. We are a little more nimble, recognizing we have a smaller staff. We have only 3 elected, so we recognize that we have that advantage, but we will not be holding this up, I promise. So we have members of the public here, and I hope that some of you who are in the towns are able to stay to listen, because I think this will help you understand a little better where we are coming from. You know, obviously we serve the entire county and including both towns, but those 2 towns are well represented by their 2 councils, and the unincorporated county only has us. And so we are super sensitive at this time to representing them. I just want to also mention how we handle public comment. We generally have a 3-minute limit for folks who are just showing up, not on the agenda. But if there are people that the commissioners or the staff have invited to make the presentation or make some points, we don't adhere to that 3 minutes. So we have 3 HOAs and maybe more. I'm not entirely sure who everybody here is, but we have 3 HOAs represented: Lawson, Aldosoro, and Last Dollar Subdivision. And I'm comfortable as the chair letting you guys speak as long as you feel you need to hold our attention and get your points across. But if there are any additional members of the HOAs, then I'd have to ask that those folks stick to 3 minutes. So Scott, hi.
Whatever.
Sure. Would you like to wait to hear from the other members of the public, or would you prefer to go first?
Whatever you recommend.
Why don't you go first as an elected official, and you may have, yeah, go ahead, but you need to come up to the microphone.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
And could you just introduce yourself?
My name is Scott Pearson. I'm Mayor Pro Tem of the town of Mountain Village. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I wanted to first just say that the MOU that you are considering with the town of Mountain Village and the Alexanders is a great deal for the county and for the community in its own right. You are trading that right of way that you talked about as being so important for 2.5 acres of land that the Alexanders would be deeding to the county for the use of constructing a new and proper intersection. And you're also getting all sorts of rights of ways for trails, for emergency access, for public access.
So that deal is good on its face, and the benefits for the wastewater plant are on top of that. And as we've heard, we need this land to proceed, and the county approval is a key gateway. And now we're hearing talk of holding up this MOU until you have satisfaction on some of your concerns about the wastewater authority. I would say that every elected official in this room ran on a platform of working more closely, more cooperatively, more collaboratively with our regional partners. And this is happening. It really is. The level of interpersonal relationships between elected officials is very high, and we're making real progress, but it's also happening just internally in our own discussions. And I'll give you two examples. When we had discussions in the town of Mountain Village about parking and establishing parking rates for the gondola parking garage, we internally said, you know what, we should come up with a locals pass that's less expensive for county residents. We never had any discussion with the county. We didn't ask the county for anything in exchange. This came out of our desire to serve the entire region. And this is one of many examples. A second example is septage. From the very beginning, when we've talked about building this plant, we have talked about accepting septage. And I can tell you that when we speak with our consultants, our engineering consultants who are experts on wastewater plant, every time we talk about accepting septage, they kind of suck in their breath and roll their eyes and say, well, if you really insist, you can, but it's a big pain in the neck and it's expensive. And we, from the beginning, have always believed that we would spend the money that we needed, the capital dollars, to accept septage. And we never came to the county and said, well, we need you to do this for us, or we need you to do that for us. And those are just two examples of that general spirit. You asked why the county isn't included on the board of the wastewater plant. Part of it is money, but also our experts have said it's not a good idea to have counties involved on the actual authority. They don't run utilities, so they don't have the expertise, and they don't run utilities, which also means that they don't have the revenue source that comes from the utility to make commitments. So whenever you're talking about spending money, in their experience, when there's a county on the authority, they're always resistant to do the things that need to be done because they have to go to their taxpayers for it, whereas the towns go to their ratepayers. So there's a lot of reasons that there's been resistance to having a county representative on the board. And you know, that lack of expertise, I mean, the example that Mike led with at the outset of the meeting, I think is emblematic of that. Though the numbers that Mike shared are completely hyperbolic and not based on the reality of how a rate study is done. That even at $60 million, even a back of the envelope calculation would say that the rate impact at an outside estimate for per tap would be, you know, closer to $40 a month. And so I just want to set the record straight on that, because I don't want people to be fearing that their rates are going to go up by $250 a month. But the spirit I talked about of cooperation, that is the spirit that we're asking for you to engage with us in. That's the spirit that we've been approaching with this. And we've done so much, we've achieved so much, and we're committed to continuing that. But there's also another way, and that's the way that we're hearing, and that's the way of quid pro quos, of you're doing this, what do I get in exchange, of holding up manifestly beneficial agreements that are being delayed to be used as bargaining chips. Frankly, that is what characterizes our relationship these days with Telsky. And I desperately don't want to see our intergovernmental relationships descend into that level. So I would just ask that when you're considering whether to approve this MOU this month, that you think about that spirit and approach it with a spirit of generosity, of good faith, of goodwill, and of trust, because that's how we're trying to do it. And I am confident that on every issue that, Ann, that you mentioned, that we can come to a fair outcome, probably based more on philosophy than on rigid agreements, as Jared suggested, but I'm confident that we can get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Are there any other electeds who would like to speak? All right, Shelley Duplan, I see you back there, raising your hand. Please, you've done this before. Step up to the microphone and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Shelley Plan. I'm with the Aldosoro Ranch Homes Company. Thank you for allowing some public feedback on this process, and it's a monumental task. I don't really envy you at all in going through this planning process. Just as a little bit of background, I was actually sitting on the Joint Sewer Authority Board in Summit County for the Lower Blue River wastewater treatment plant. And there were 5 entities that were part of that Joint Sewer Authority. It was Buffalo Mountain Metro, which I was the manager of. There was the town of Silverthorne, the town of Dillon, Dillon Valley, and a Mesa Cortina HOA. And each of those 5 entities sat on the, I'm just going to call it the JSA for short, the JSA board. And there were actually differing rates for each of those entities, because each of those entities was either an enterprise, a special district, and they spread that cost around based on the number of connected units, their population. So, for example, the town of Silverthorne could spread out that cost amongst their population, so they had maybe a little bit of a lower rate in the JSA, as opposed to a Mesa Cortina HOA, which had a 200 unit home base that had a much higher rate. I'm not saying that's a good way of approaching this. I mean, I think this is an excellent opportunity for everyone to come together in a regional way, which includes the county. I don't know how you can say this is a regional wastewater plant without the county's involvement and at least a seat at the table and weighing in. There's nothing prohibiting the county from being having a seat at the table. Quite frankly, it's an IGA or an MOU or an MOA or whatever way you want to structure that, because the town of Mountain Village, you guys have come up with your sort of intergovernmental agreement saying you both are coming together and you've worked hard to get there. You've come together to say, you know what, 2 members on the board of the JSA for each of those towns and then 1 extra. And that 1 extra either is, you know, the county or some other expert that you want on the board of the JSA. And is that county or is that extra person have to be financially invested? Probably not if it's just an expert. And so I think that they're, you know, right now, when you're talking about density and the number of, let's say, EQRs that you're going to need to have in a gallonage, I think is the term that you use, the gallonage per day and treatment. And in your initial presentation, the conceptual presentation in March, you know, you guys did looked at those maps, or you presented those maps saying, okay, this is sort of a draft map and who we could serve, and that the size of the plant would definitely be able to serve everyone in this region. So that's all good news. And it's just about, you know, the details, the rates, you know, that getting onto the rates. I don't know how also you try to define out of town and in town rates in a new JSA, because, for example, the Aldosoro Ranch, geographically, we're going to be closer to the new plant than the town. And we as homeowners in Aldosoro Ranch or Lawson Hill or unincorporated county, you know, we've paid tap fees, right? We've paid tap fees that help pay for the capital reserve investments needed over time to make improvements. And I think in, you know, kind of limiting the county to a financial investment up front, I think that's a mistake. I think there's a way that you can help define moving forward a way that the county can contribute obviously they're going to contribute in their, agreeing to a subdivision or agreeing to vacate rights away or agreeing to vacate lands. I mean, there's a value there. So, but to say that it's based on like a financial, requirement for them to sit at the table, I think is a mistake. Or like Anne had said early on, having those kind of 4 points in a MOU that gives us assurances that, Aldosoro or Lawson Hill, you're not going to be paying different rates. I think I really like, at least for the existing owners, the idea of the same rate for everybody regionally. For people that are future buying into it, that's going to be more because, they're not connected. They're going to have to pay a little bit more to get their infrastructure installed, to get connected. So, but I think, revenue bonds and how, some of your numbers that you'd proposed, that really shocked me. But I am going to reserve, and say that there is a rate study that's needed. I value that. I've gone through them before. You have the purpose and need, you show those numbers clearly. So that's obviously something that's going to come down the road. But I think from a county perspective, I would say that, cautiously go down this road and recommend that you have a seat at the table and have a voice. There's nothing prohibiting it. And, or, does it have to be 2 members from each town and municipality to be on that board? I don't know. I mean, that's something that you guys have managed this district or this plant for a long time. And I respect that, very much. As far as the Aldosoro, we have an existing agreement. And so I noticed Lawson Hill. And there are certain provisions in those existing agreements. One is the rates, of course. And then there's a provision about any entity that wants to move any infrastructure in the sewer plant, that it would be borne by the cost of whoever's asking to do that. And so, my question would be is what happens to those existing agreements? Do they go away in a joint sewer authority, new entity? That provision in our agreement at least would say, no, it doesn't, but that would be something that would be important to understand. And so, I think just in closing, I just think this is an amazing opportunity moving forward, to bring the 3 entities together. I mean, you guys did it to do that housing needs assessment, the regional housing needs assessment. If it's a regional sewer plant, it's a, county, town, and Mountain Village. And the same kind of was up in Summit County. We all 5 of us worked together to make sure that we had the capacity, make sure we had, the public safety need and service, and for the future too, and being able to serve, for growth. I would just say to town and Mountain Village is, lead with inclusivity, lead with transparency. The county is just now coming to the table, so it's hard. I mean, I understand that, you guys have been working on this a long time, and I respect that. And I understand it, but also kind of understand that the county, we're just hearing and getting involved now. And there's a lot of people very interested in the subject. And just to kind of also understand that perspective too. And just to the town amount, and then to the BOCC, I would just hold on to your ability right now to have a voice, because that might not come later. I mean, I guess that's the trust issue, but we're all working through that. So, but I do have trust, and and the community does have trust, and this is part of that discussion. So, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Shelley. Yes, please. You're writing on a napkin?
Yeah, literally. I'm Doug Silver. I'm in on last hour, and I'm literally just in the back of that.
Doug, please introduce yourself and your affiliation.
Okay, see, I'm Doug Tuller. I'm Vice President of Last Hour Subdivision. We actually have 2, and on the board. We have 2 of our other board members that'll probably weigh in a little bit. And because of them weighing in, I'm going to I give a couple philosophical things, but to do this for a living a little bit, and I listening to this, I have a couple of recommendations and thoughts on how you guys might be able to move ahead productively. But first of all, I don't want to leave any ambiguity here. Is one, everybody should be, and I think everybody are in favor of this option. It's a great option. We want to move it ahead forward. I don't leave any ambiguity either. We are looking to you, we as Last Dollar and all of us, as you are our advocates. The town of Mountain Village and the town of Telluride have got their own interests, and they've got their own focuses here. And we're looking to you guys as our, advocates and protectors here. So in that regard, we are completely supporting you maintaining your authority and making sure that you get adequate assurances on this stuff. And I think there's what I've heard here. There's no rocket science here. The issues we're talking about, and frankly, the legal ways of dealing with this are not that complicated. I mean, you can start, you get parameters, you can do a lot of things. I know you've got competent, counsel to work all through this, but I just don't see these as problems, to tell you the truth, a lot of that. The other thing is, I realize, it hasn't come up quite as specifically in this meeting, but the last meeting I heard is that we all understand there's urgency here. If I remember right, there's like a 7 to maybe 10-year window here that we've got to get this stuff done. I'm going to express some frustration, though, that we're here and these conversations weren't going on a year or more ago. And I know you guys have gone back and forth, but I mean, I don't know what happened. But the fact that the county wasn't involved, the fact that, we're going through all this stuff and you should have been involved earlier. And it's frustrating that we're now, in more of a time crunch. When I hear these kind of posturing somewhat from the municipalities about, the urgency and how everybody's got to, cave in or do whatever because of the timing. That's frustrating because I don't see that as a county caused problem here. So with all that said, couple questions and a couple thoughts. First thing here is I'm a little confused because, I'll tell you my preference is based on what I'm seeing here. I don't think either one of the municipalities want the county involved, and maybe there's good reasons for them not to be involved, and that's fine if inside of the authority, because you can do the exact same protections and advocating our and the community's interests by contract negotiations, which is what you're talking about. And call it a MOU, a IGA, a kumquat, I don't care. You're looking about getting contractual commitments to protect the interests. And this whole trust me thing is not really an adequate response in my view. You should get the parameters set and have a game plan for moving ahead. And my vote for you guys would be to do it outside of the authority and do it by contract negotiations. It means you've got to have discipline in how you approve and how you proceed. If you're going to grant approvals and dual tracking this because of the time, conundrum that we're now in, you can set parameters, but don't make them effective. You make any of your approvals conditional on these matters getting worked out. So, for instance, the IGA or MOU issues, you get a parameter on there. And if you're going ahead with your land use approvals, and I think this is what maybe Michelle and Zoe have been talking about, you can go through and be processing, but you will not agree to finalize those to allow them to acquire the property until all the terms are worked out. It gives you time, you have plenty of time. And this is not the first time in contractual negotiations you've dealt with that. So that's something I would recommend. With my view of you guys not being in the authority, and frankly, everything I've seen in the last 2 meetings is town never intended you. The town's never intended you guys to be in it. They knew you didn't have the money. If they were going to put in as a prerequisite that you would only be able to play if you were going to contribute money you didn't have, it was a conundrum. It was a canard there. So if that's the case, then I'm a little perplexed because there's no question that we have to upgrade the sewer plants, whether it's the existing location, this location, some third location. So what's holding up doing the authority? If there can only be 2 players in it, why don't they form the authority? There's discussion about they can't contract until the authority's done, and that just doesn't ring true to me because the two jurisdictions can commit to say when we form the authority, here's the parameters will be in there. You can agree to that right now. But the other thing I'm wondering about is why are they not just going ahead and forming the authority? You could change the boundaries to later, and if the whole view is that they can't do anything until there's new mythical entities formed. Form it. Form it and let's get going. It isn't like you're not going to have it eventually. So that as you go, and again, I want to say you guys have a tough task ahead of you. I'm just giving you some thoughts as you're trying to negotiate. And this is something that confuses me, I guess. And let me be clear that I do not think you should be signing or approving anything or moving ahead without binding contractual commitments and parameters, one way or the other. MOU, IGA, kumquat, I don't care. But and when you get then I'm going to give you from my point of view from last hour and just as I think you're going to be seeing. If we're going to look at this plant, we have our own sewer treatment plant. It's operating, it's fine. We've worked on it. It's been in existence for 50 years. We're very interested in joining into this new plant if the parameters are right. If we're not, and frankly, if we're not being gouged and having to subsidize, the other, everybody, that's a concern to us. And Lance's point is very well taken on the affordable housing, issues that, why all of a sudden do the municipalities, affordable housing, people get preferential treatment over others elsewhere in other municipalities or in the county? That needs to be equalized. We also need to not be, subsidizing things. And I'm perplexed. If somebody came up and was talking about the numbers here being wrong, I am, and I deal with numbers quite a bit. I'm completely confounded by that because clearly, if you have debt, if you're going to repay the debt, that's not a mythical number. You can put that into a calculator. And so, when I hear these numbers here, I would suspect those are not far off. But just to be, I'll take the analysis, we'll go through if we're going to sign up. If the plant gets built, which ideally, it'll get built, we're going to have a connection point that we come down to. So all this discussion, we can't do anything, we can't, until the rates are set, until we don't, it makes no sense to me. Because first of all, you can right now agree to ranges to say, we'll have maximum percentages or we'll agree to some range, whatever those rates are when you get to, you go through and do the needed analysis. But there's also this, and this tells me there's no will for the way here. Because when you start saying, well, we can't set rates because there may be maintenance obligations, stuff like that. I have no idea what they're talking about because any IGA, any kind of extension agreement I've ever been involved with, and I've been involved with a lot, we would be expected to take our sewage lines, take them down to wherever the public line is, and we would be expected to pay a tap fee and incur those costs and to maintain and repair those. I'm in a deal right now in Montrose. We're dealing with the same exact issue. It's a tri-county water issue. But so when I hear those kind of things being thrown out, that tells me there's just not a will for the way, which is again frustrating. Those are very easily handled matters. And when you're talking about capital costs, you guys right now can agree. Anybody extending's got to agree to their cost, they've got to agree to the maintenance, and there's a parameter for their rates. There's nothing stopping you from doing that now. And I guess my request from you guys on our behalf is that you do not allow this to move ahead until you got that worked out. And I can tell you, if I was sitting here, in a private negotiation, we could do that by this weekend. It's not that difficult a negotiation, I don't think. Yeah, and the Alexander MOU, I think getting those, that sounds like that's important. And I think I can see one of the conundrums you're dealing with, the dual tracking you want to do. You want to enable these guys to move ahead with the purchase, and you do want to, but again, not difficult. Just you can negotiate these, not that difficultly, make them conditional on if you're going to go ahead, you have the closings or the effectiveness of these to occur upon the closing. So those are my thoughts, and I'm going to have them wait.
Great, thank you. Appreciate both your lawyer hat and your last dollar subdivision hat. Tingate and Denise, now I have to time you 3 minutes. since
I'm
you're,
gonna talk more than that.
since you've been represented. Yeah.
I'm Denise Trailer and I'm a resident at Last Dollar, and thank you for including us. We are delighted to be part of the process, and it's great to see the process and how much everybody's trying to work together, because this is very important for everybody. And certainly Last Dollar wants to be a part of it. Makes sense. And along those lines, I think listening to this concept of having a philosophical agreement is great. We just want it to be fair, fair for us, fair for Alvasora, fair for everyone. It's to me kind of like, paying school tax. I don't have any kids in school, but I'm still paying the same thing as everyone else. And I think it should be like that also with this. And I think because of that, we need representation as part of the process and the decision making. What I've heard here is a lot of discussion about how much the two towns have done. And I think we all appreciate that, all the time you put in it, and how much more money you're going to contribute. What I'm not hearing is what people in the county contributes to the economic success of both of the towns. The amount of people that live in the unincorporated areas and work in both of the towns make it a success. And the amount of people like us that don't necessarily work, but contribute substantially to the economy by the restaurants and the retail and the ski that we support, as well as all of our guests that come to town, should have a representation in this decision-making process and ongoing. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Denise. Gate, anything to add, or have they said it all?
I think they said it all.
Okay. Thank you. I know Laura Ellison is here from Lawson Hill. Laura, would you like to speak, or again, has it been covered? You don't need to speak.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on making any comments. Lance reached out and let us know of a process happening. I really appreciate it. Michelle has told us in some of our meetings before about her ongoing efforts in this regard. I would, to some extent, mimic some of what Mr. Tueller said about taking the opportunity to think through this very carefully and clearly, because once you sign something, that's set in stone. But we appreciate the county kind of looking after Lawson Hill, because we're not part of a governmental agency or a, formal stakeholder in this process. And so we're relying on you guys to kind of take care of our membership and the people that live and work in this community. So we appreciate it. We appreciate all the work you guys are putting into it. And we appreciate the opportunity to come in and listen to how the process works.
Thank you, Laura. Anybody else in the room or online who would like to speak? I don't see anything. So any final thoughts or questions from anybody at the table? All right, so we will go into executive session at this time and talk through all that we've heard and said. And, again, we're pretty prompt at reporting out. So I would say within the next couple of days, you would probably get, email or are we going with phone calls? I think an email, I like that.
It'd be good in email, so it's
Clear what's said, and you're clear that we are all.
We agreed not to play telephone.
Exactly, in agreement. And then I think it's up to the, maybe the town managers or deputy managers to figure out, a schedule for further conversation. And we are absolutely available to get this done in time for June 30th. I kind of agree with Doug, particularly if it's a philosophical agreement that, if we put our minds to it, our big brains, we can do this fairly quickly. I think we've already kind of laid out the areas of concern. And then I just lost my train of thought. Yeah, and we can also hold special meetings to approve things if we need to. And I recognize it's a little more cumbersome at the towns. But we really want to help you meet that deadline, and the Alexanders meet that deadline. So What else?
I was just gonna say, I know Councilmember Pearson, shared some concerns with the data I shared, and I would be happy to meet with you and explain the difference. And because I actually was able to come to your number if I was in your seat, but I'd be happy to show you how I came to it from the county's situation. Cool.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks.
All right, thank you for all your time, everybody. It's nice to see everybody here, and I like the tone of that conversation a lot. Okay.
Directed at me.
No, all of us. No, all of us.
The entire room.
Yeah, no, I thought we all were, we were all much more level-headed this time.
Oh, so I've already get to say Lord. I've already done flags and I say Lord. Here's the Lord. It's not very.
It is hot.
Right. So we still need to move to go. Before we go into our exec session, could we take a?
Definitely.
few minutes?
Yeah, we take the break before executive session. Okay.
And Maura was noticing the heat level
Hello, San Miguel County. It is now 2:44 PM. We are back from our recess and we are entering into executive session. If I have a motion and
I move to go into executive session.
Second.
we will, during executive session, just as a friendly amendment, we will discuss the sewer authority for the regional wastewater treatment plant, citing 4B conference with an attorney and 4E determining negotiation strategies. Are we good with that? Shall we vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. We are moving into executive session.
And the amendment.
Did we mess something up?
No.
No,
We just have to talk. about
just,
them.
just for, yeah, it's okay.
I think,
There you go.
because Anne made an amendment. And then.
Correct, but somebody needs to motion and second to the amendment.
Move to
And then you
accept the
vote on
amendment.
the amendment and then the main motion.
Oh.
Just-
Should I not have said that? I just thought.
No, it would just
thought we
be
had to read that.
easier in the future to just say the 4B and E in the
speak.
I just want to say we're in the flow now on the breakout centers.
I'm scared.
Okay, sorry, I won't jinx it. Okay.
Jinx it.
The time is 3:40 PM. We are now out of executive session. During executive session, we discussed only the matters on the agenda and we gave direction to staff for next steps. As a reminder, that was discussion of the sewer authority for the regional wastewater treatment plant. Moving on now to item 11B, and I should say to anybody in the public who is still tuned in or the press, we just have 2 more executive sessions and we will be reporting out. But I'm trying to think, I don't think any of this will require us to make a motion and a vote when we come out. So you won't miss anything if you tune out right now. Okay. Do I have a motion to go into executive session for continued review of the Fruin site building, citing 4B, conference with the attorney, and 4E, negotiating strategies?
So,
I voted.
no, you did great. I just realized that my notes for this are sitting on my desk upstairs.
Okay,
So,
we can wait.
BRB.
I'm gonna get a little on water anyway.
Okay.
So should we?
You can still go in.
Okay, so let's go in. So do I have a motion for what I stated?
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. We're going into executive session for item 11B. Hello, San Miguel County. It is 4:18 PM and we have just come out of executive session for item 11B on our agenda. During the executive session, we discussed only the item on the agenda and gave staff direction to continue working with the town of Telluride on plans for a potential redevelopment of the Fruin site for a new building. Okay. Great. We are now ready to move on to 11C, which is another executive session. Continued discussion. Well, I'll let the person making the motion read it. Whoever would like to do that.
I move to go into executive session, which is a continued discussion on the San Miguel County Housing Authority legal review and interpretation citation 4B advisement from our attorney, Maura Fahey.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries. Maura.
Sorry for not reminding you of this earlier, but could you do your usual disclaimer?
Yes.
Of potential conflict?
Yes. So I, Ann Brown, am an owner of deed restricted property in San Miguel County, and this topic is related to that. However, I feel that I can listen thoughtfully and make an impartial decision about anything we need to move forward on at this time.
And we're still just sharing information. No decisions are being.
No
made
decisions
today.
are being made. That's right. We're just sharing information, so I can listen impartially.
Everything Commissioner Brown said holds true for me as well.
Thank you, Maura. Okay, now we head into executive session. And we will join waiting room 1. San Miguel County, the time is 5:26 PM. We are now out of our executive session, item 11C. I just want to make note that Commissioner Waring had to leave at 4:33 PM. But otherwise, everybody in the room who was in the room when we started. During the session, we gave staff direction on the topic that was on the agenda, and they will be moving forward. I believe we've reached the end of our agenda. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. This meeting is adjourned.